I hope so.
Yeah.
Good morning, Council, members of the public, officers, and particularly we have Oksana, Olia and Brian from the Devon Ukrainian Association, who in a moment I will just ask to speak with you. Thank you for your attendance. It's quite a big budget today, so let's take our seats and get a move on with it. Thank you. So, first of all, I would like to introduce the guest speakers from the Devon Ukrainian Association. I'd like to welcome the executive directors Anastasia Kuznetsova, Oksana Kriviat, and we have Brian Brown as well, who is part of this organisation. I'm going to hand the floor to them for just a moment. Thank you. Particularly, let us remember that today is the 4th anniversary of the Ukraine invasion by Russia, and this is why we felt it was important to have the association here today to speak to that. Thank you.
Hello. I would like to start with a very pragmatic point, as you will be talking today about budget, that we are immensely grateful to Devon County Council for having a resettlement and migration team. We think that this is a really important part of your budget, so please, everything we say now, take that into consideration, because without that support, I think we would be struggling today. So thank you for that. I will start with the words. So my name is Olia Petrakova. I am with Devon Ukrainian Association. I'm one of the executive directors. I'm also a founder of Devon Ukrainian Association. And I will actually speak today on behalf of Anastasia Kuznetsova, who is not here because her child is ill. So she called me this morning, and I will read her speech. So when I say I mean Anastasia. So this is Anastasia's speech. Today we mark 4 years of full-scale war, but for me, this war started 12 years ago in Donetsk. I had to flee in 2014. My older daughter stayed with relatives for almost a year while I tried to build a new life in Kiev without her. We rebuilt our life, we bought a home, we started again, then 2022 came, and we had to leave again. This time with 2 children. For 4 years, my husband and I live apart. Sometimes we don't see each other for 6 or 7 months. After our last visit, my younger daughter couldn't sleep for a whole month. Every night, she missed her dad. She was 4 when we left. She has friends here now. She loves her English school, but she dreams of going home, and so do I. When we visit Kiev, we don't sleep during attacks. We check where the rockets are going. This January, we had no heating and no electricity on the 22nd floor. My daughter saw snow for the first time in 4 years. That moment of joy, mixed with fear and pain for every Ukrainian living like this. But as a mother, I know we made the right choice. Here we can sleep, we have warmth, we are safe. Devon welcomed around 2,000 Ukrainians. That is 2,000 saved lives. I want to thank the Homes for Ukraine program, the local authorities, Devon County Council, and the ordinary British people who opened their homes to families in grief and despair. This is true heroism. Safety is not a small thing. It is the ability to live. My friend Oksana and part of our executive branch at Devon Ukrainian Association will tell you about one more important thing: protecting who we are as people. She is a mother of 6 and the head of the Ukrainian school here in Devon.
Thank you so much, Olga. My family, 6 children, also miss home. Every day we miss. I want to speak about something that worried me deeply as a Ukrainian woman, as a mother. When I look at my children, I think, that will they carry with them? What will stay from Ukraine? They're here, so far from home. The language, the songs, the feeling of knowing who they are. We are integrating well here. We are learning new things, discovering British culture, and this is genuinely enriching. A real exchange going both ways. But some things don't change. We will always be Ukrainian. Because this war is not only about killing and territory, it's ideological. Russia is trying to destroy us as a nation. And this is not a new story. For over 400 years, Ukrainian has been fighting for the right to exist, for its language, for its culture, for itself. The numbers speak clearly. More than 4,000 schools and universities have been damaged and destroyed. 419 culture sites, museums, libraries, churches in occupied territories, Ukrainian books are being taken away and burned. At least 170 writers, artists, and musicians have been killed. This is not accidental. This is a system. And this way, what exists here in Devon is not just community work, it's resistance. Devon Ukrainian Association was born in the first day of the full-scale invasion. Ola and Brian, people who already live here, simply could not stand aside. They met us, helped us find our feet, made sure we didn't get lost in a foreign country at the hardest moment of our lives. From that grew an association, Easter services in Ukrainian language, mental health support, English courses, business support, culture events, a real living community of hundreds of people. This is the 3rd school year of Ukrainian school. This year, it grew. We opened a new group of the youngest children, 4 and 5 years old, children who have barely lived in Ukraine, but they are learning the language, the traditional, the culture. They sing Ukrainian song. They know who are they. For permissionally, this matter for then I can say, I want my children to grow up as Ukrainian, wherever they live. All of this possible because of the Devon Country Council, Exeter City Council, and the United Kingdom government. Thank you sincerely.
I just have one brief addendum. Carolyn asked us what we could ask you to be doing to help Ukraine, and I think Oksana and Anastasia's note have said why we're so grateful and so thankful, but I just want to reiterate that there is much talk currently of a ceasefire and peace agreement, but I must emphasize that this talk distracts from the very human cost of the war. The inhuman Russian bombing of energy infrastructure during the coldest winter in decades, and the fact that civilian casualties has increased 26% in 2025 tells us all that we need to know. The support of Devon County Council has been essential to the human cost of this war, and we very much appreciate this. You're helping women, children, and families to survive in a new reality, and importantly, as Oksana just said, to retain their Ukrainian language, history, and culture. But we need to keep the human cost of this war in the forefront of people's minds. Countering this false narrative that Putin is, that Putin is at all interested in stopping this war is more important now than ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for that. And to our colleagues here, I would like to take the opportunity to update the Council on an initiative led by the Ukrainian Embassy. Some local authorities in England have been contacted by administrative regions within Ukraine to explore potential opportunities for connection. The leader of the council has been approached by representatives of the oh goodness me, can you say that for me? How do I say that?
Chernivtsi.
Yes, you heard that, didn't you? The Oblast region to explore opportunities for interregional cooperation. This is a historically rich region in the southwest of Ukraine, bordering Romania and Moldova, with the city of Chernivtsi. I bow to your knowledge, being its administrative centre. Devon has been recognised for the warm welcome it has provided to over 2,000 people who have found sanctuary here during the 4 years of conflict in the Ukraine. Devon, and I'm going to say it wrong again, but Chernivtsi Oblast shares some common characteristics, including its national parks, strong university sectors, UNESCO status in landscape and cultural categories, economic crossover in agriculture, green energy and tourism, and both areas have rich railway and mining heritage. I suspect that our railways are in threats in very, very different ways. There is a shared desire to explore cultural links further and to link learning and connection around displaced people and migration. And I'd just like us to take a moment to think, if we could have just a moment of quietness to think and reflect about not only people in Ukraine who are suffering aggression from a different nation, but those people around the world who are in the process of dealing with conflict, with war, with lack of security, and loss of family, friends, and livelihoods. If we could just have a moment, please. Thank you all very much. So I'm just going to ask you, you can stay if you like, but it is not a requirement by any means. And then we'll get on with the meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again. I just want to say that we are going now, there's going to be a vigil at 5 o'clock at Bedford Square, and at 6:30 there will be a film screening at St. Stephen's Church. So if you are in the city today, please be our guests, stop by. And thank you again for giving us this opportunity. I just want to also say, as was mentioned, we are not the only ones, sadly, in this world. We are surrounded by other amazing people, Hong Kongers, Afghans, Syrians, people that we deeply commiserate with on the state of this world. And again, thank you again, and please mind that this is important, the resettlement and refugee team's work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for that. I now formally open this County Council meeting. Agenda item 1 is apologies for absence. I have received apologies from Councillor Cockerham, and I know that Councillor Tildesley will be late arriving. I see lots of people.
Councillor Cox,
Councillor
Chair, has
Granger.
just come in. Councillor Cox has just come in.
Okay,
Apologies.
lovely. Welcome, wherever you are. I don't know where he is.
David
He'll
Cox
be there in a
is
moment.
sending apologies.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what you just said. Can you say it again?
Apologies. Councillor David Cox has literally just sent apologies through.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
So
Great.
that's apologies from Councillor Cox. I've also got Councillor Granger who has sent apologies as well. And as I say, Councillor Tildesley will be turning up in a little while once he's finished teaching for the day. Is anyone aware of anybody else? No? Okay. That's noted. Thank you. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members of the council are reminded that to declare any interests that they may have prior to any discussion taking place on that item. If you have any need for clarification, please let me know. And Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. It will relate to item 21, Councillor Bell's motion on the Tarka line. I'll not be able to vote on that matter due to my work.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. That's noted. Would you like Councillor Richardson to say that again before we start agenda item 21? Nope. All sorted. Lovely. Thank you. I'm sure that if we need any clarification, but if you have any question about any interest, please just raise your hand and we will be able to check with the monitoring officer. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 3, minutes of the last meeting. Is the council agreed that I sign the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of December 2025 and the special meeting of the 9th of January 2026 as a correct record? I need you to respond in some sort of verbal way or indeed to put your hands up. Yeah, yes, it is agreed. Lovely, thank you. So just give me a moment, I need to sign some papers. Thank you. Well, I'm sure we are all grateful for the fact I only need to initial most pages and not do my full signature. Thank you for your patience, Council. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 4, Chair's announcements. I have 2 announcements to make today. First, I would like the Council to say a huge congratulations to Andy Nix, a Network Enforcement Supervisor in the Council's Network Operations Support Team, who represented Devon County Council at a local government reception at St James's Palace after having been nominated for his exemplary work. During the event, Andy had the opportunity to meet His Majesty the King. Congratulations, Andy. What an exceptional and well-deserved achievement. Thank you. Second, I wish to recognise our colleagues across the organisation, particularly in Highways, Emergency Planning and Communications team, who have worked tirelessly in response to severe storm damage on the A379 between Torcross and Slapton. Teams mobilised at speed to assess the extent of the damage, stabilise what remained, and put safety measures in place for the local community. I'd like to just thank you that. Pretty challenging weather conditions resulting in disruption for many. Okay, moving on. Can I remind members, if you want to speak, please catch my eye. I'm assisted by Councillor Dawson and indeed officers. I will try to take you in the order in which I see you. If I get the order muddled, I will still get to you. Forgive me if I get the order wrong. Contributions should add to the debate and not repeat what has already been said. I really ask you to focus on that because we have a lot to get through today and it's likely to be quite a long meeting. Please can you turn off the sound function on laptops? The notification noises are distracting and additional background noise makes listening difficult. As I always say to you, please remember to talk directly into the microphone in front of you. And if you stand, when you stand, there's no point having the microphone pointing at your tummy. All right? Thank you. I remind everybody that this meeting is being live streamed. And please ensure that you address everybody by their full title of councillor rather than by first names. This is in the interest of transparency, particularly for the members of the public who are either here, and you're very welcome, or for those people watching online. And a final reminder to not hold individual discussions while others are speaking. I will ask you to stop if I hear chit-chat going on. It's not helpful for the way that the meeting goes forward. Thank you. And probably we all want to know what you've got to say anyway. Thank you. As a reminder to everybody in the chamber today that whilst debating and disagreeing with one another is a healthy part of democracy, there can be a fine line between robust challenge and unacceptable discourse. It is the right engagement that matters. To disagree well is a really great skill that we can all of us use, myself included. If it is necessary to do so, I will call out any insensitive or ill-chosen language that I hear in the chamber today. Okay. So, moving on. Agenda item 5. Important announcements from the leader and cabinet members. In line with Cabinet procedure rules, the Council can receive any important updates or announcements from the leader and/or Cabinet members that cannot reasonably wait. However, I'm not aware of any updates that will be provided. Are any of the leader or any members of Cabinet got anything? No? Lovely, thank you so much. Agenda item 6, items requiring urgent attention. There are no items requiring urgent attention that I'm aware of. So we'll move on to agenda item 7. Petitions and public participation. Before we start the public session, I would like to remind those attending and speaking today that comments, questions and representations should be factual. Statements should not include any personal comments or details of any other individuals, including names. It also goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that statements should not contain any offensive language or vexatious comments. If inappropriate comments are made, I will intervene and ask the speaker to stop. Can I therefore remind the Council that those attending that the total time permitted for this agenda item is 30 minutes, okay? So let us continue. I understand that there is a petition from Denise Melhuish. where is Denise? Is Denise here? Hello, Denise. Very welcome. Chair of the Friends Committee of Ottery Library against the cuts proposed in the County Council's consultation of the future of libraries in Devon. Mrs. Mel Hewish, please present the petition, and then I invite you to say a few words. So, who is she presenting the petition to? Okay, so would you like to come and say your few words first, and then come down and the leader, you can present that to the leader and take a photo if you like.
If we say a few words first, that'd be
Oh,
lovely.
you need to speak into the microphone, otherwise we can't hear you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, if we say some words
Thank
first.
you.
So, the Ottery Library Friends are presenting our petition in protest of the cut-in hours at Ottery St Mary. 1,800 people have signed it, and over 30 traders have written letters in support of keeping our hours and opening days, particularly our opening days. This represents a very, very strong feeling in the town, and our library supporters include Cranbrook, a growing town, Tipton, Fennerton, West Hill, Tallerton and Wiggerton. Everyone loves our vibrant and cheery library and staff. It has been very emotional talking to people who regularly use it. For many, it is a bright star in Ottery, a place that is warm and free, a place where the staff know their names and offer support, a place that cash-strapped families can visit and come away feeling happier. And for people who live alone, it is a lifeline. It is the only community hub in Ottery, and to suggest users can use Budleigh Salton or Sidmouth is very ill considered. Ottery has no stations, buses are limited, and the roads, as you probably know, are inadequate. We need our library and our hours. The consultation proposals appear to have been already mapped out for the future without proper evaluation. The libraries like Ottery, where book lending is very high, has been put in a band C. It's right at the very top of band C. In fact, its lending numbers are in the middle of band B, so we think we should be in a band B, which would mean we could keep our hours. Careful consideration of the role of our libraries across the county and ours is essential, and how essential it is for people, for well-being. It's not just about books. So we would urge you not to approve the library budget. You have the power to change your mind and protect our Devon libraries, particularly Ottery, and particularly to think about the future of our children in the National Year of Reading. Thank you.
If you'd like to come down and present the petition to the leader of the council, and if you'd like to take a photo, please feel free to do so. Thank you. There is a further petition to be presented by Celia Wilson on behalf of Northern Library Action Group, which contains approximately 1,014 signatures. The petition calls on the council to maintain the current hours of staffed opening hours, protect access to library services, and recognise Northern Library as an essential and valued community asset. Mrs. Wilson, are you here? Lovely. You've got 5 minutes to speak, and then please do come down to the front to present your petition, and please, again, take photographs. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good morning, Council. As we've said, I'm here on behalf of the Northern Libraries Action Group to present this petition. 1,078 residents of Westwood Ho and Northam signed this in the last 5 weeks. They feel strongly about it. It says, please maintain the present access to staffed library hours. Please protect access to the library for everyone, bearing in mind that we are in the area of most deprivation, possibly in the country. And recognise the value of Northam Library to our community. And in addition to this petition, Torridge District Council has passed a motion along similar lines, and a letter has been sent to you by Northam Town Council objecting to the proposed banding of Northam. So, we think you must know by now that we don't agree with your proposal. And in common with all the wonderful people who are staying here, this is a county-wide issue. It's probably even a country-wide issue at the moment. So, you've produced some wonderful advertising. I'm really impressed with this lovely piece of paper. It's beautiful, isn't it? Who did it? I don't know. And it's a brilliant advertisement showing libraries being used and being staffed by professional people. That's what this picture's about. So congratulations for producing it. And also, the website of Libraries Unlimited advertises that the open access system, IT system, is intended as a way to supplement existing staff hours, not to replace them. So your advertising is clearly for the opposite of your proposal, I would hold. Think about it. We agree that library volunteers do a wonderful job and that IT systems can provide great support. But that is in the context of libraries that are open for decently lengths of time during the week and professionally staffed libraries which are part of their community. Okay, Council, you're squeezed by the government. We know that, and probably it may happen again. By the way, we do get that, but it must be said that you're less squeezed than you were a couple of weeks ago. £288 million less squeezed. So, here's an opportunity to practice and find ways to develop and instigate intelligent and creative solutions. I have 3 things to ask from you, each of you, as individual councillors, as you come up towards the date of the Cabinet meeting in March or April, when I believe this decision is going to be taken forward. First of all, we'd like you to take some public transport. We'd like you to travel by bus, by public bus, from Holsworthy to Appledore. Or, failing that, you could choose another journey, but we think that's the one we'd like you to look at. Secondly, you could look at the recent nationwide survey of libraries that has been conducted by Libraries Connected, which was published about the 16th of February, I believe, so that's a new piece of input for you. And thirdly, and this is really addressed to the Cabinet, please would you look at the National Democratic website for your agreed values and ask yourself, do your proposals match? And finally, we ask you, in relation to your current proposal, please just don't do it. Please think again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. And if you'd like to come down and present the petition, and we have Councillors McGough and Trail. Oh no, Trail's going to be taking the photographs. Yep, and the leader, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'll just wait for councillors to retake their seats. Thank you. Okay, so there are 2 written questions from members of the public and 5 representations. So I would ask people to ensure that any supplementary questions are succinct, so we have the opportunity to listen and hear to as many people as possible in the 30 minutes which is allocated for these public discussions, representations. These will be the questions and representations are taken in the order in which they were received. A copy of the questions and answers have been uploaded to the Council's website, printed, and they are also available in the chamber. The first 2 speakers are making representations to the Council. Colleen Hood would like to share her experience regarding the adoption of sewers and drains on the home farm estate in connection with the motion later on the agenda. Colleen, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, councillors, my name is Colleen Natola. I am a resident of Home Farm, speaking for families who are exhausted, anxious and trapped in homes we cannot sell. 5 years ago, we moved in full of hope. We saved for our deposits. We passed affordable cheques. We trusted solicitors. We believed that if homes were built, signed off and sold, then the roads, drains and sewers beneath them were safe, complete and properly adopted. Since then, the developer has liquidated. The company that built and sold our homes has disappeared. The sewers and drains remain unadopted. We've done everything asked of us. We've written letters, we've attended meetings, we've contacted the water company, this council, the city council and regulators. We've paid for legal advice, we've formed action groups, yet we are passed from one authority to another. Everyone is sympathetic, but sympathy does not solve this. Now imagine you're in our position. Imagine you need to move to care for elderly parents, but you cannot sell your home. Imagine you lose your job and must relocate, but you are trapped. Imagine you are quietly planning to leave an abusive situation, only to discover you cannot escape the house that confines you. Imagine lying awake at night knowing that if the drains fail, sewage could flow into the streets where children walk, play and grow. This is not hypothetical, this is our reality. Our children live and play above unadopted drains every day. We live with the constant fear of contamination, environmental harm and a preventable public health crisis. And still, we continue to pay our South West water bills. We pay our council tax. We maintain our homes. We've done everything right, and yet no one will take responsibility. Only 320,000 was secured for the drainage infrastructure, most of it earmarked now for remedial work that residents are expected to fund. Many families simply cannot afford this. The strain is already causing stress and division within our community. If residents cannot pay, the costs will not disappear. Emergency repairs, environmental clean-up, legal claims, public health consequences, these will fall to public authorities. The longer this continues, the greater the financial, legal, moral cost, and the greater the erosion of public trust. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for leadership, for coordination, and for this council to use every power and influence available to secure adoption and protect residents before this becomes a crisis. We are exhausted, but we are still here. We are your residents, and we need your help. Thank you, Councillor Hill, for putting forward this motion, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for that very clear representation. Council will, of course, be considering the motion as you mentioned later. Thank you. The second representation is from Leo Selden, who wishes to speak about his experience of homelessness in Exeter in relation to the motion later on the agenda. Mr. Selden, you have 3 minutes, if Mr. Selden is here. Councillor Hill.
Mr. Selden is homeless, and I've been unable to contact him this morning, so he hasn't turned up, unfortunately.
Thank you. Okay, so there's obviously a motion about this as well. We now have the questions. The first is a question from Jenny Dingsdale. Good to see you again. And Councillor Clist has given a written reply. Do you have a supplementary question?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the response. The EHRC draft code of practice is just for service providers, and the quote referenced has been cherry-picked to suggest, along with the rest of the website page, something very different to the example given by the EHRC, but omitted from your website, of a mother taking her 10-year-old son into a female changing room for swimming. Today, the WRN have published their latest report titled The Waiting Shame, Council's Stalling on the Supreme Court Judgment.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could we have your question,
Yeah.
please? Thank you.
It exposes Devon as one of many shamefully failing to implement necessary changes to protect female service users and employees. As employers, are you
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you, please, can you ask your question?
Are you really
Thank you.
satisfied that the HR guide linked to on the webpage, which states employees can use the facilities they feel best match their gender identity at the time that they start to live and work in their affirmed gender, is legally compliant with workplace regulations? Are you really happy for your officers to be relying on mal and disinformation from sources like Gigi Gorgeous and WPATH? Or do you have any concerns that, for example, your safeguarding officers might be making terrible mistakes, like gaslighting children of transitioners instead of protecting them?
That's two questions, but I will hand you over to Councillor Clist. Do you have a response?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, we will respond to those questions in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clist.
Now
Thank
is
you.
the time to respond
no, I'm
to
afraid that's the end of
questions.
your time. Thank you. Thank you. Oh no, sorry, I've got that one. So we've got two other questions, and this is a representation. Two other representations. Third representation, we've had this already. Sorry, forgive me a moment.
Mrs. Natola. Okay. Mrs. Natola.
So I called Colleen Hood. Was that?
I am Colleen Natola, formerly Colleen Hood.
Right, okay.
And my husband, Franco Natola,
Yeah, he's next
is here
then.
to give testimonies of residents that live on home farm regarding our unadopted sewers and drains.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Hold on half a sec. In which case, we're going to move on to the fourth representation, that is from, where am I?
Mr. Natola.
Yes, Mr. Franco Natola. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
These are personal testimonies from residents at Home Farm. So this is resident 1. In March 2025, I put my home on the market. The first viewer made an offer which I accepted. After 8 weeks, my solicitor informed me that the buyer had withdrawn after the solicitor discovered that the drains and sewers had not been adopted. They advised their client not to proceed. I tried to salvage the sale by offering to retain £10,000 from the proceeds to cover potential remedial works. This was rejected because no one could confirm the total cost. Other interested buyers also walked away once they become aware of the unadopted drainage. On the advice of my estate agent, I was forced to take my house off the market indefinitely until they are until there is certainty around costs and adoption. My property is effectively unsaleable. Resident 2. We are distressed, angry and deeply worried. The lack of the solution for the completion and adoption of the roads, drains and sewers is affecting our health, well-being and future plans through no fault of our own. We entered into a contract in good faith and feel badly let down. We urgently need to downsize, yet we have no realistic prospect of selling until the infrastructure is completed and adopted. Daily life is also impacted. Several loose drain covers near our property rattle constantly as vehicles pass over them. Since June 2021, the noise has been relentless. Our house sits at road level, so the sound reverberates throughout the entire property through early morning until late at night. It causes ongoing anxiety and distress. The road surface is deteriorating and we fear the drains may eventually collapse. We are desperate for a solution. Resident 3. We purchased our home 3 years ago in good faith, yet the development remains incomplete. The roads have not been finished because the drainage infrastructure has not been adopted. Access to our driveway is compromised by a poorly applied raised section of tarmac that does not meet the drive properly. We must enter at an angle to avoid damaging our vehicles. A daily reminder that essential works remain unresolved. Behind our property lies what remains as a developer's former compound. It has been left neglected and contains discarded materials and fly-tipped waste. At our own expense, we have installed higher fencing to reduce the impact, yet our bedroom windows still overlook this site. Having paid over £500,000 for our house, this situation is deeply distressing. The unadopted sewers, unfinished roads and continued neglect are having a clear and lasting impact on our quality of life. Thank you for taking
Mr.
time
Nutter, I'm going to ask you to wind up. You've got
Thank
about
you
10
for taking time to
seconds.
listen. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your representations. So the second question is from Mr. Martin, and Councillor Thomas has given a written reply. Does Mr. Martin have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So, and if you could keep to the question, that would be immensely helpful. Thank
30
you.
seconds. Councillor Thomas, thank you for your response. My supplementary refers to Part B. Many blind users tell us, I will not know if there is a cyclist waiting for me to cross because how do I know that it's there? And this is what Devon County doesn't understand. Another says, just saying they're going to stop is not good enough. How am I supposed to know if a cyclist is there and he has stopped? I've taken my life in my hands and I've been hit, and that's what they don't get. So members, the original zebra crossings were removed against the original road safety audit guidance, and the current design relies entirely on cyclists choosing to comply with rules 62 and 63 of the Highway Code. But despite numerous clear evidence, site evidence, that cyclists are not giving way at the floating bus stops, how does this council consider this layout compliant with its members' duties under the Equality Act of 2010? And why is the council continuing to rely on behavioural compliance rather than implementing controlled or clearly enforceable crossings? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Neil, good morning. I will say exactly what I said at Cabinet, but I'll say it again now in public. I've done Rifford Road wearing a blindfold as a would-be blind person. As has Councillor Nash, the local member, we both agreed that it wasn't an experience we particularly enjoyed. It needs something there. I said that to Mr. Hill at Cabinet last week. I say it to you. It needs something there. The response you've had is quite correct and appropriate and what I would expect officers to give you. But I think the reality is that if you actually go and do the crossing yourself, you will appreciate that we need something possibly of a sound nature that lets blind people know that it is safe to cross at that point. And that's something we need to look into. And it's something I've committed to before and I commit to again today.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. The fifth representation is from Alderman Olwyn Foggin, speaking about cycle lanes in Wanford. Alderman Foggin, welcome. Yeah, lovely. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, members, I'm speaking today not just as an alderman, but as someone who has lived in Watford and Exeter for 82 years. I want to talk about the continued spending on cycle lanes in our area, funding through Active Travel England taxpayers' money. Let me be clear, this isn't anti-cycling. Cycling is important. Active travel matters, but it has to be proportionate. So often changes have been poorly planned, lack meaningful consultation, and favour the few over the many. In fact, when I sat on the council, I was one of the main supporters of Devon County cycle promotions in Exeter, working on the Green Travel Plan and Exeter City Council's Green Circle. I backed this initiative 100% because it made sense. It improved connectivity and gave residents a safe, continuous route around our city. We also invested in routes in Burntoast Lane with a new pedestrian and cycle route, upgraded in 2023, which linked commuters via Kipling Drive to the E9 cycle route on Dryden Road. These are not old, unsafe paths. They are relatively recent funded schemes that are already well used. So residents are asking a simple question: why does Watford and Hevertree seem to face constant changes, new layouts, new works and ongoing disruption when significant routes are already in place? Just looking at the Green Circle, just 100 yards as the crow flies, we have the Green Circle. And it's disproportionate to other communities in our city. And we cannot ignore where this is happening. These works sit right next to the Royal Devon and Exeter Hospital, one of the most important health facilities in Devon. This hospital serves thousands of patients, people attending cancer treatment, maternity appointments, dialysis, urgent care, staff working long shifts. Families are trying to get vulnerable relatives to appointments on time. Traffic disruption here isn't minor and has worsened since some road closures. It affects real people at difficult moments in their lives. Have we properly looked at the impact? Have we asked whether these changes in the same areas are creating more problems than they solve? Because local residents would say they have. There is a growing feeling locally that Watford and Hevertree have become the place where every new idea gets tried out. Meanwhile, residents deal with roadworks, altered access, increased congestion and uncertainty. Why is our side of Exeter seeing so much intervention in comparison to the city as a whole? Where is the clear explanation showing that this level of investment and disruption is truly needed?
Alderman Foggin, I hate to interrupt you, but if you could get to the end, please. Thank you.
Continue accepting funding and delivering these activities, then we did actually have a problem. Did we actually have a problem that existing routes didn't really address, such as Dryden Road being closed because of social distancing during COVID and its existing cycle lanes?
Alderman Foggin, I'm going to ask you one last sentence and that's it, please. Thank you.
People in Watford and Hevertree are simply asking to be heard by Devon County Council officers and to see evidence that these decisions are truly necessary, not just part of a funding programme that must be spent.
Thank you. And I note that you're sitting next to Alderman John Hart as well, so welcome to Alderman Hart. Hello. Thank you for those representations and questions. So that's the end of that section. So I will move us on to agenda item 8, please, which is petitions from councillors. I understand that Councillor Rake, can I see Councillor Rake? Hello. Has 2 petitions to present to the council. The first is on behalf of Mark Green and local residents who are requesting support for pedestrian safety on the A379 near the Higher Ferry Slipway in Kingswear and the entrance to Noss Boatyard. Councillor Rake, please present the petition and speak. You have up to 5 minutes if you'd like to speak first and then come and present the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And to avoid trespassing too much on Council's time, I propose to present both petitions simultaneously because they have many common themes. They're a petition as you say, for improvements to pedestrian safety on the A379 in Kingswear near the Higher Ferry, and a petition for improvements to pedestrian safety in Westerlands in Malden. So obviously pedestrian safety is a common theme, as is a recognition of existing patterns of use. In both areas, on both stretches of road, pedestrians already use them, even though, unfortunately, it is not safe to do so. They both address improving protection for our most vulnerable users in the hierarchy of vulnerability, and both, if improvements were made, both would foster equality, particularly when it comes to wheelchair and pushchair users. And I believe that the improvements sought could, in both cases, be delivered at relatively low cost. Briefly turning, therefore, to the two petitions individually, in Malden there's a long established pedestrian route between Westerland and the village centre, which unfortunately has fallen into disrepair. There is still a evident desire line made by pedestrian use, and although there is an alternative public right-of-way, this is very steep and very muddy, impractical for wheelchair, pushchair users, the elderly, and even someone as young and lithe as myself. It can be a struggle to get up the slope in current conditions. And there, a simple maintenance of the verge and cutting back of the hedge would improve things considerably. It runs alongside a road that's grown busier with faster traffic, and although the lead petitioner on this, Mrs. Bolster, does sterling work with Speedwatch, this is obviously not a permanent solution. So residents here are seeking that this relatively short stretch of verge be maintained, the hedge cut back, and the existing pattern of use recognised and made safer. The A379 in Kingswear, for those who don't know it, takes traffic from the Higher Ferry and therefore releases short bursts of fast-moving traffic up a winding, very attractive road that people seem to, freed from the bounds of the Higher Ferry, seem to wish to race up like tourists getting off the ferry at Calais. If you look at a map, if you were a tourist visiting Dartmouth and looked at a map, you might well choose to take the ferry on foot and then explore the eastern bank of the Dart along the footpaths to eventually Greenaway, Agatha Christie's former house, little knowing the threat you would be incurring to your own life. New houses are also under development at Noss-on-Dart, which will increase the potential for not only those residents, but also for people providing services to them. And therefore, in both cases, I would urge the leader and cabinet member to take a serious look at these petitions and to consider the existing use and how that can be made safer and easier for pedestrians and other vulnerable road users. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. And thank you for being careful with our time. I should point just to let Council know that the second petition is on behalf of local residents, as has been explained by Councillor Rake, requesting maintenance of the footpath along Totnes Road from Moorview to the Christmas Tree Farm. Would you like to come and present those petitions, please?
Hard copies have been supplied to the leader separately, but I'll willingly come and shake his hand.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for that. Agenda item 9, questions from members of the council. There are 3 questions from members of members of council to cabinet members. Questions and answers have been emailed out and published to the web, with some hard copies available in the chamber. Supplementary questions should be brief with no statements, please. As this is a budget meeting, the questions relate to the annual estimates. Question 1 is from Councillor Bailey, and Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has given a written reply. Does Councillor Bailey have a supplementary question?
Thank you. Yes, I do. I'd like to thank the portfolio holder for her answer. My follow-up question is that I note on page 233 of the budget risk assessment, the comments on there. However, please can you clarify within the budget risk assessment where Devon County Council has identified and assessed the service level risks arising from the proposal to reduce statutory library opening hours? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cottle-Hunkin. Thank you.
I think that's more of a budget question. Do I hand over to our finance cabinet member, or can I get back to you at a later date?
My feeling is if the
with a written
cabinet
reply.
member... I'm sorry?
I can get back with a written reply.
I don't know who shouted out during that meeting, during that comment, but please don't. This isn't a meeting for people to shout out in. Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Bukowski whether you would be happy to answer that now or to cover it at a later date.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor James Wachowski, Cabinet Member for Finance. It will be a written answer. We haven't had the notification of the question in advance.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, question 2 is from Councillor Wilson, and Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has given a written reply. Councillor Wilson, do you have a supplementary question? Thank you.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I want to thank the Cabinet member for her written reply. I'd also like to ask, given that libraries are now on the front line of delivering a range of services that help to improve skills and well-being, can the Cabinet member assure me that there will be a core paid staff structure in each library that is complemented by volunteers, regardless of the library model? I ask this because we must have long-term sustainability built into our library service, which volunteers alone cannot provide.
Councillor Wilson, is that your question?
Yes.
If you could just keep it to that question, I'd be grateful. Thank you. Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
Obviously, the consultation only literally just closed. Sorry, I've got my back to you, but that's how it works with the microphone. The consultation is literally just closed, and all of those responses will be taken into consideration and will be put to Cabinet later in the spring, taking into consideration everything that you've just said. So I obviously can't say exactly right now, because that's the whole point for consultation to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cottle-Hunkin. Question 3 is from Councillor Bailey, and Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has given a written reply. Councillor Bailey, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. I'd like to thank the portfolio holder for her response, and I'd like to ask, how has Devon County Council satisfied itself that the proposed reduction at Ottery St Mary Library hours from 21 to 15 hours represents a low-risk service change? Thank you.
Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
I will get back to you with a written response, but actually these are proposals. They're not definite responses. That we are listening. We are a new council. We put out a consultation and we will be listening to those responses. So it doesn't mean that we will be sticking to everything that is in those proposals. And we've had, I was going to say it later in the meeting, but we have had at least 22,000 responses, and there's more coming because there are paper copies in all 50 libraries which have still got to come to us.
So this is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, response to a Devon County Council consultation. And in 2006, a big library consultation took place. John Hart is here, he will remember that, I'm sure. That received 5,600 responses, which is around a quarter of what we have received on ours. So I just want to express how important it is we are listening, and we will put forward something that will come to Cabinet. It's all proposals at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Cottle-Hunkin. And I know you'll be giving us more information as the meeting goes forward. So thank you for that. We're now moving on to agenda item 10, which is a framework decision, Revenue Budget 2026-27, Medium-Term Financial Strategy and Capital Programme. Cabinet Member for Finance and Officer, Section 151 Officer, just move to the well now. So while they're doing that, I'll give you a little bit of information. Okay, so there are two framework decisions which require the approval of Council today, as set out in the agenda. The first of those is the budget. I will shortly give members an opportunity to indicate if they have any interest that they must declare in line with the advice given by the Director of Legal and Democratic Services. And I'm just going to hand over to the Monitoring Officer, to the Director of Legal and Democratic Services to read a statement at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to remind all members that you have a dispensation to permit you to speak and vote in any debate on the settling of council tax, the precept or fees and charges as a consequence of being a resident, land, business or property owner in Devon, or by being a parent, carer or guardian of a child in a school, or by being a parent, caring or guardian of a child in care or anyone in receipt of a pension. Members need only declare an interest because of their private involvement. So if you represent this council on another body or are a member of another council or authority, you need only declare a personal interest if you intend to speak in the debate about that council or authority. You will only have a disclosable pecuniary interest if a specific issue is actually discussed which directly affects the finances of yourself, your spouse or partner, and then you must leave the meeting. But of course, this is a matter for yourself to decide. I also wanted to remind all members of the email that I sent out to you all last week, which advised you that in line with the declaration you signed on your election to the authority relating to Section 106 of the Local Government and Finance Act 1992, that any member in arrears of their council tax for a period of 2 or more months must disclose this fact and may not vote on any matter before the council relating to the budget or setting the council tax. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now ask members if they have any interests that they must declare, but I will do so by asking row by row to declare any interests, and only if you have an interest to declare can you raise your hand, and when asked, state the nature of your interest as briefly as possible. I will start, first off, I have nothing to declare. Vice Chair?
Nothing to declare, thank you, Chair.
Okay, row B, row C, row D, row E, row F. Lovely, thank you very much. At this stage, I will formally move the adoption of the budget minutes of the Children's Scrutiny Committee held on the 22nd of April, Health and Adult Care Scrutiny held on the 26th of January, and the Corporate Infrastructure and Regulatory Services Scrutiny Committee held on the 28th of January 2026. Is that agreed? I need a response from you. Thank you very much. As is normal practice, and assuming it is the council's wish that there should be more than just one debate on the budget, covering the motion. Let me start that again. Scrap that one. As is normal practice, and assuming it is council's wish that there should be just one debate on the budget, covering the motion and the amendments shown on the order paper, which was emailed out yesterday, published to the website and available in the chamber today. Is that agreed? Agreed. Yep, okay. I will also exercise my discretion to allow the leaders and/or budget spokespersons of the political groups to speak for longer than 7 minutes if they so wish. This is my final reminder to any members who have declared a disclosable pecuniary interest and do not have a dispensation to leave the meeting now. Okay. So, before I call on the Cabinet Member for Finance to speak, I will remind Council that amendments on the budget are not permitted to be moved from the floor. This is in line with standing orders and previous communications which outlined that all budget amendments needed to be submitted prior to the meeting. I'm now going to call on the Section 151 officer, who is a statutory officer of the Council, to make a statement on the robustness of the budget estimate and the adequacy of the authority's reserves. If I could hand over to you now, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. As part of the budget book that was circulated to all of you as part of the Council agenda, on page 29 there's what is called a Section 25 notice, which is a statutory duty placed upon myself to make the statement. The statute extends to all of you to have regard to that statement when considering the budget today, making your decisions. The provisions of that Act also extend to budget amendments. So this morning you were all given a Section 25 statement relating to the budget amendments that are on the agenda today. Recognising the lateness of the circulation of this paper due to the nature of budget amendments coming in, I will read it to you to make sure everyone understands what it contains. Budget amendments, including excessive council tax level. Just for clarity, the phrase excessive council tax level is not a judgment made by me, it's a phrase used in law. Statement on the robustness of the budget estimates and the adequacy of the authority's reserves. Section 25 of the Local Government Act 2003 includes a specific duty on the Chief Financial Officer to make a report to the authority when it is considering its budget and council tax. The report must deal with the robustness of the estimates and the adequacy of the reserves included within the budget. The assessment of adequacy of reserves includes general balances and earmarked reserves. The Act requires the Council to have regard to the report, this statement, in making its decision. This duty, as I said, extends to budget amendments. Amendment, Councillor Bailey, Libraries. This amendment is based on a saving shown on page 74 of the budget book circulated with the Council agenda. The funding from interest earned is reasonable but subject to final confirmation from Government on the timing of receipt of the High Needs Stability Grant. As such, it's my opinion that the estimates are robust. This amendment has no impact on reserves. Amendment, Councillor Hayward, Highways. I will take all of these amendments together as they are linked to highway spend, but will evaluate spend and funding separately. Amendment 1, excessive council tax level. The estimated cost of the referendum and any subsequent rebilling and administration costs have been estimated in consultation with finance colleagues. The estimated income from the proposed increase in council tax has also been estimated in consultation with finance colleagues. The proposed increase will add £97.81 to the Band E council tax, in addition to the £89.91 contained within the substantive budget, making an overall proposed increase of £187.72. It is my opinion that these estimates are robust. Amendment 1 to 4, robustness of the budget estimates. Highways estimated spend. All of the funding from Amendments 1 to 4 is to increase spending in 26-27 on response and emergency pothole repairs, road defect maintenance, drainage maintenance, Lengthsman services and local community road warden schemes in the county of Devon. Good to hear you all turning page. The Director of Climate Change, Environment and Transport, or their senior team, have not been consulted on the scale or deliverability of these proposals. The Director has concerns around the supply chain's ability to respond to the programme changes of this magnitude and within the proposed timescale. There are also concerns whether revenue expenditure of this level delivers best value, as it does not protect or prolong the life of the asset. Amendment 1 to 4, adequacy of the authority's reserves. Each of the amendments 1 to 4 propose to a greater or lesser extent the use of reserves or reducing proposed contributions to reserves. Any one of the proposals of 1 and 1 to 4, or 1 and 4 together, would not have a significant impact on the adequacy of reserves. However, the combined impact will result in a significant reduction in the authority's reserves and therefore its financial sustainability and resilience. Grant Thornton, the authority's external auditor, has made an improvement recommendation that the council should seek to protect the level of reserves and ensure they are sufficient to provide sufficient financial resilience. The combined impact of the proposals will not meet this recommendation. It's a key finding of the Value for Money report that the level of general fund balance and usable earmarked reserves is low when benchmarked against other councils. The Sit for Resilience Index further highlights the authority's reserves as low compared to others and a high-risk area for the authority to be aware of. The proposed scale of these combined amendments do not meet the expectations of our external auditor and does not respond to SITFA's resilience finding. It is also contrary to my recommendation as the authority Section 151 officer to Cabinet. In summary, I have concerns around the robustness of the budgets, their best value deliverability and their impact on the adequacy of the authority's reserves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. I will now call upon the Cabinet Member for Finance to move the adoption of Minute 169, recommendations of the Cabinet meeting held on 17th of February 2026, which contained the formal budget resolutions. Okay. Do you need more than 7 minutes?
I will do my best, Chair.
Okay, we will keep account of the time and see how it goes. Thank you. If the timing could be perhaps restarted at 0 so we know where we're going. Lovely, thank you. Well, it's 7 even, not 0. Thank you. Councillor Bukowski.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Councillor James Buczkowski, Cabinet Member for Finance. I'm proud to present the Devon County Council budget for 2026-27. Local government continues to operate in a challenging national funding environment. The framework increasingly favours deprivation indices and tax-raising capacity, with limited recognition of the additional costs faced by large rural counties such as Devon. That remains a structural challenge for us. Despite those pressures, and despite receiving the final settlement later than expected, I'm able to present a balanced budget for 2026-27. We're also setting out a balanced position across every year of our medium-term financial plan. This has only been possible through disciplined financial management, realistic forecasting, and a clear focus on value for money. In a changing financial climate, the plan before us demonstrates that we are taking responsible decisions to protect essential services and maintain stability across the medium-term financial plan. That achievement reflects the professionalism and dedication of officers across the organisation, and I place on record my thanks to them. Living within our means is not optional, it's fundamental. This budget reflects that principle, balancing service delivery with risk management and long-term financial sustainability for Devon's residents. This budget must be viewed in a national context. For the first time in over a decade, we have a multi-year settlement. That brings a degree of stability, but it also confirms a clear shift in the funding model. Government's calculation of our core spending power assumes a 4.99% council tax increase, including the 2% adult social care precept. If that increase is not taken, the gap does not disappear, it simply falls directly onto services. The settlement follows major changes in the local government funding system, including updated formulas and a reset of business rates. It represents one of the most significant shifts in local authority finance for many years. The government's own figures assume that Devon's core spending power will increase from £867.8 million in 25-26 to £910.5 million in 26-27. That is a 4.9% increase, but only if the full 4.99% council tax is taken with a 100% collection rate. Excluding council tax, the increase in core government funding is just £857,000, or 0.3%. That's below inflation, and in real terms, it's a reduction in grant support. Council tax was never designed to fund services as large and as complex as adult social care, children's services, or highways. It's a regressive tax, and it hits ordinary households the hardest. These pressures are national in nature and should be funded through national taxation, not increasingly placed on local residents. Yet within that framework, we must set a lawful and balanced budget. Therefore, we are proposing a 4.99% increase for 26-27 for a Band D property. For a Band D property, that represents £89.91 per year, or £1.73 per week. This results in a council tax requirement of £610.26 million. That decision reflects the financial reality we face. Raising council tax is never taken lightly. However, demand for services, particularly for vulnerable children and adults, continues to rise. This is a budget built on fiscal responsibility. Our proposed net revenue budget for 26-27 is £873.2 million. Service budgets increase overall by £33.2 million, or 4.1%. However, inflation and demand account for almost all of that increase. To balance the position, we must deliver £38.98 million of savings, alternative funding, and additional income. That is fiscal discipline in action. This is not incremental trimming. Structural demand requires structural change. This budget focuses on transformation, redesigning services, and ensuring that every pound supports our strategic plan priorities. At the heart of that plan are children, young people, and families. I'll get down to the detail. The director allocations for 26-27 are integrated adult social care, £395.9 million, up £9.9 million, or 2.6%. This reflects demographic growth, national living wage pressures, and continued transformation through the Living Well in Devon project. Children's and young people's futures, £268 million, up £19.1 million, or 7.7%. This is our largest area of growth, driven by placement pressures, workforce investment, residential sufficiency, and early help reform. Public health and communities, £14.4 million. Performance and partnerships, £5.7 million. Corporate services, £58.3 million. Climate change, environment and transport, £96.9 million, up £5.3 million, or 5.8%. Members, I'm also pleased to announce additional proposed targeted investments that reflect the priorities raised through the scrutiny meetings, consultations with businesses in the voluntary sector, partners, and community feedback. So I'm pleased to announce an additional £600,000 to improve SEND and EHCP timeliness, £300,000 additional support for foster care services, £106,000 to strengthen domestic abuse provision, reform of the locality budget scheme, increasing allocations to £10,000 per member, resulting in £600,000 being invested directly into our communities by local members, and £500,000 additional investment in post-16 and foster care transport. These are targeted and preventative decisions aligned to our strategic plan. I also need to address a couple of other areas. Libraries. Let me be clear, no libraries are closing. However, the current financial model is not sustainable. Doing nothing would not protect the service, it would lead to gradual decline. Responsible leadership means acting early and acting decisively. Following the public consultation, we will now develop a clear vision and long-term strategy to ensure our libraries are financially sustainable. We will work with all members, communities and partners to strengthen the libraries as local hubs, particularly in our rural areas, so that they can deliver even more for the people that they serve. To support this vision, we are reversing the £650,000 efficiency saving listed in the budget book with an additional £225,000 of investment into the book fund and £425,000 to support general library delivery during this transition period. These two together reverse that proposed efficiency saving. But we're going further, and within the budget we're proposing a £1 million reserve for libraries and rural hubs. This is to enable meaningful transformation and community-led improvement. This investment is designed to secure the long-term sustainability of our libraries and strengthen their accessibility and value to residents. That approach balances financial responsibility with community value. Highways. I do need to mention highways. Chair, if you'll indulge me for a few more minutes, I notice my timer has run out.
Yes.
But Devon's Road needs sustained investment. They have taken significant damage from severe storms, sustained rainfall and repeated four cycles. In revenue terms, we're proposing an additional £4 million that sits on top of the service budgets of more than £30 million. And in addition to this revenue funding, we're proposing an additional £15 million of capital investment into highways, sitting on top of the proposed £86 million maintenance capital block. That means over £100 million in capital maintenance next year alone, along with the proposed £37 million investment into major road improvements. And over the period of the medium-term financial plan, we've committed an additional £55 million in capital investment on highways preventative maintenance. That's on top of the £418 million capital investment block. Together, that constitutes a significant and sustained investment into our highways over the period of the medium-term financial plan. We're also proposing to invest £500,000 to strengthen highways communications and quality assurance. Investment at this scale must be delivered properly. Extra funding does not automatically create extra capacity. This is a sustained investment, not a one-off spike. And recovery will take time, but it represents a serious step forward. I now need to talk about the most significant financial challenge facing this authority, the SEND high needs deficit. The national landscape has shifted in recent months. From April 2028, SEND funding will sit with the Department for Education's overall expenditure limit rather than with local authorities. This is a major structural change and fundamentally alters the long-term framework for SEND finance. Alongside that reform, government has introduced the High Needs Stability Grant. For 26-27, councils with SEND deficits will be eligible for grant support covering 90% of the historic high needs deficit, subject to an agreed local reform plan. For Devon, this is highly significant. Without this support, our cumulative deficit would be forecast to rise to £294 million by the end of next year. With that grant, estimated at £194 million, the projected position reduces to around £100 million. That represents a substantial improvement in financial stability. Finally, or not quite finally, sorry, capital programme. Our capital investment remains firmly aligned to the service priorities and affordability. We continue to maximise external funding and limited borrowing to what is necessary and sustainable. Over the next 5 years, we plan to invest more than £330 million across Devon. Our reserves remain lower than those held by many other county councils, and this is not the year to rely on them to fund ongoing services. I'm pleased to confirm that this budget does not draw on reserves for day-to-day spending. Instead, to strengthen our financial resilience, we're proposing £18 million contribution to reserves in 26-27, with a further planned contribution set out across the medium-term financial plan. This approach responds directly to the recommendations of our external auditors, aligns with benchmarking from the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy, and reflects the professional advice of our Section 151 Chief Financial Officer. Members, this is a responsible, balanced and forward-looking budget. It is evidence-led, it aligns with our strategic plan, it prioritises children, young people and families, it invests in infrastructure and highways, it strengthens financial resilience, and it faces honestly, the national funding reality in which we operate. It's not just about spending more, it's about doing it properly. Finally, members, the Council set out its ambitions in the strategic plan. This budget delivers the resource to deliver them sustainably and with a long-term view for Devon. I move the recommendations, Chair. Thank you, and thank you for your allowing that extra time.
Thank you. So I'm just going to stop watching this. Councillor Brazil, would you like to, I believe you're seconding the motion, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
I'll second the motion and reserve my right to speak later. Thank you, Chair.
Lovely, thank you. Let me just make sure I make a note. Okay. Okay. So. Okay. So. I've got Councillor Neil Stevens to speak as a group leader, budget spokesperson for the Reform Party. So over to you, Councillor Stevens. Thank you. And I will give you the same amount of time that I gave Councillor Bukowski.
Thank you, Chair. I should only about 90 seconds. I just want to make it clear with the Chamber, I'm going to read this out very carefully and slowly so nothing is misinterpreted in this Chamber or any media platforms. Okay, Chair. Devon County Council is now, in reality, a social care authority. Nearly 80% of our services spending goes towards adult and children's services. That is the financial reality we are working within. Let's be absolutely clear at the outset. Reform, Devon County councillors, fully supports protecting vulnerable children and adults. Safeguarding and statutory care must remain our priority. That is not up for debate. However, protecting frontline services also required discipline in the structure behind them. The budget increases tax by 4.99%. It increases staffing by 136 full-time equivalent posts. It grows earmarked reserves towards approximately 148 million, and it increases corporate funding capital investment by 59 million. The question before us today is not whether we support care. We do. The question is whether we are being sufficiently rigorous in examining corporate efficiency, the measurable finance return from our transformation programs, the long-term risk of grant dependency, the future revenue consequence of borrowing, and the proportionality of our reserves strategically. Okay, Devon residents are being asked to contribute more at this time. When household budgets remained under pressure, they deserve assurance that every pound raised being used effectively, efficiently and sustainable. We recognise the pressures caused by national funding formulas, inflation, rising demand, but that makes it even more important that we apply discipline, transparency and long-term thinking to our own decisions. Reform believes in protection of essential services, but we also believe in ensuring that the system behind these services is lean, accountable and financially sustainable. This is the balance we must strike. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Well within time, much appreciated. Moving on to Councillor Hodgson, I'd like to invite you to speak as Group Leader and Budget Spokesperson for the Green Party. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, an important day today. It's the first budget of the new administration, and I'd like to thank not only the officers who've obviously, worked very hard on this, because it's hard to work when you know you've got to trim all the time, but also the new cabinet, who I think have functioned really well as a solid body, working together, and particularly James and his magnificent grip on accounts is all I can say. Absolutely brilliant. So thank you, and I think it's very commendable that we've managed to pull something off, which is still going to support our communities and the residents that we serve, but at the same time, I would say, an appalling situation from government that continues to be so stingy and perhaps not recognise just how they should be properly managing our public services. Because keep trimming us down means that we're actually losing out. It doesn't mean we can just be more clever with money. It means that something has to go and give. And that's been the real challenge of all of this. At Cabinet last week, one thing I did sort of look at was perhaps just keeping a bit of an eye on the national situation, that if this government genuinely understood and took seriously what's happening with our environment and what's happening with the climate emergency and the biodiversity emergency, I think we would see very different figures coming forward and very different supports to local authorities across the country, and in particular, of course, Devon. Somehow we seem to be viewed as some kind of wealthy shire, when in fact we've got massive areas of deprivation, and deprivation that we as a council are trying desperately to support adequately. If this government took climate emergency seriously and realised that the storms we've faced in the last few months have actually something of a pattern that's going to probably only get worse until we start properly addressing it and producing far more renewable energy and stopping the carbon footprint, then maybe we would start to actually see real funding coming into managing our services adequately. What I would say is the additional windfall that was announced last week at Cabinet is very welcome, and I'm very pleased that we are able to continue to support the libraries at the rate that we needed to for this forthcoming year, and also that there's money being put aside to work out with the transformation. And I really look forward to looking at the community's responses to the library consultation. I think there is support just in terms of numbers of people who've put their views forward, the people that have taken the trouble to come today, and fellow councillors who've stood with their communities and their libraries to highlight just how important they are. I think that's all to be really welcomed, and I think we're in for a good ride with this, and hopefully we can get something very positive out of the changes rather than a sense of doom, which I think has been prevailing. I also welcome the fact that there is actually an increase in the value and the money that's been put forward to support our young people. Young people are our future. They're the people who will one day be sitting in these seats right across the chamber. Well, not perhaps this chamber, who knows where we'll end up, but they will certainly be taking charge and having to roll with whatever they're given. And I would hope that we can try and make sure that we leave this place, this environment, this county in good stead as the years go forward. The council tax proposals, amendments, which have come forward, I look at those and I realise what is the concern, and I think we all have a concern about what's happening with our highways, but the reality is that we actually need to really invest in the maintenance, and that's what's been missing thanks to the last 12, 14 years of austerity, which all councils have had to deal with. So I hope we can start to see better investment in our highways. I would like to also just ask us to think about what this council could look like, what public services could look like, and I ask us to hold on to that hope in our hearts and to bring that hope to manage how we go forward with these new budgets, because they are trimmed. We are on less than what we asked for, and we've got some difficult and turbulent times ahead. But I think we have a good council here, and I hope that we can all see us as one, working together. And what we can do as members is work with our parish councils, and I know many of them are willing to step forward and perhaps help us as we go, help us with some of the works and some of the duties that we've had as a county council. The changes that we're likely to see as we go forward across the changes to the unitary are going to be challenging, but I think our parish councils are working in some places really well together already to see what they can take on. And of course we have amazing volunteers and residents who also perhaps want to play a part, and I think there's a lot to be said for that, but we shouldn't be relying on that goodwill we have to make sure that we have strong foundations as we go forward. So thank you, and I welcome today's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Also beautifully within time, much appreciated. Councillor Ledbetter, I call you to speak as leader of the Conservative group. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. And can I start by saying, I think...
And before you start, could you move it so it's pointing at you, not just sort of perfect? Thank you very much.
Can you start the time again? That's it, if you... Anyway. Before I start, I think I just want to reflect on the fact that we all got elected to the county council, in fact to any council, for the same reason. We want to make a difference, we want to do the best that we can for our residents. And I think I preface everything I'm going to say with that comment. Look at the libraries. We all want our libraries to thrive, so we're all working hard to keep our libraries, do the best we can for them. I think it's just one example. Everything we do is about the best we can for our residents. And I think I acknowledge that in this council. It has ever been thus since I've been a member, and I see it continuing. And I think hearing the people from Ukraine actually put it in perspective about how lucky we are to live in such a stable country, whatever we have our differences. You know, the worst we've had is some storms, and we've lost a road, and we had a school burned down the other night. But I mean, there you have a country being destroyed. So I don't think we should ever reflect on the fact that we're quite lucky to live in this country, and we're grappling with this budget now and what we've got to do. But you look at what's happening across the water, completely different. So I want to start by thanking all the officers for all the work they've done. As ever, very professional, done a very good job. And also all the councillors who've been involved, the Cabinet, all the members of the scrutiny committees have all worked very hard. Because as I was discussing with Councillor Brazil, and as Councillor Connett knows, and my colleague Councillor Davis and other people who've been on this council a long time, we're all being hamstrung by how much money we get from government. There's only a finite amount of money, and at the end of the day, it's how you apportion that money. We all know that the current settlement is failing to meet the needs of our residents. And however you cut that up, there's never going to be enough to do everything you want to do. And before you start saying, oh, that's all the Tories, I mean, this started with Clegg and Cameron back in 2010. I just thought I'd get that in, Councillor Brazil. So as you know, they came in, bonfire the Quangos, massive spending cuts, and it's continued ever thus. You would have thought that when the current Labour government got in, there might be some respite, because they spoke a lot about funding local government, but it seems to make no difference whatsoever. So we're still in the same boat with only a small amount of money. So you've only got so much money to go round. It's not sustainable. Everywhere you read is saying there's not enough money. So whilst some would say in opposition you're here to oppose, I don't believe that's necessarily the right thing to do. I think what you've proposed is the best possible budget you can with the money that's available. The Conservatives were going to put an alternative budget. We were going to propose extra money going into libraries and extra money into roads, especially drainage. You've actually covered that. So don't think we're not doing that, but in actual fact, we didn't see the need to do it. We accept what you've done. You've listened to the scrutiny committees, you've listened to members, you are putting extra money into libraries, and more money might come in due time. You put extra money into roads, we accept that, and we're going to support that. And again, I firmly believe that if you vote against the budget, it means you're not accepting all the good things that are in that budget, all the extra money for education, for special needs, etc. I mean, you have had a windfall, whatever you say. The money for SEND has taken that off your minds. I know you can't directly necessarily spend it, but that was something that's always been in the back of our minds for many years. So there is a windfall with that, which is good news. I suppose one thing we can thank the Labour government for. So, as I say, the Conservative group will support your budget, although obviously we're going to watch how you spend it and make sure you keep within your budgets. I think one worry is continuing SEND spend moving forward. Yeah, we've got the money to pay off what we have at the moment, but what we mustn't do is run it up again, and that's going to be difficult. I mean, I think that's going to be very difficult because the predicted overspend is very high, and as somebody who ran SEND for a couple of years, it's very difficult. I think if there was a silver bullet, it would be very easy, but SEND, yeah, we need to get that very much under control, and I'm sure we'll help you do that. Nobody wants to see increasing council tax, but we have to pay for our services somehow. So if you don't take the money, you can't put it in the budgets at a future date. So again, when we were in charge, we always went for a maximum council tax increase and took the extra money for social care, because you need to build that into your base budget. As I say, it's government we need to be looking to. They're the ones underfunding us. We're paying even more in national taxation and even less coming down to the council. But I also agree with efficiencies. You made very good points over here. We also need to be efficient in everything we do. And again, we'll all be working together to make sure we cover those efficiencies. So, on the whole, not bad for your first attempt, if I may say so. Well done. You had a very good act to follow over the last 16 years. So, as I say, not bad at all. If I can just mention the two amendments, I'm not sure what you're doing about the library amendment. We would support that, but I think it might be included. I don't know. As for Councillor Hayward, as I've already said, we're not in favour of putting up council tax even more. I think we've got to live within our budgets, so we wouldn't support that one. But as I say, on the whole, well done. Good budget. Councillor, you've done a good job, and we will support you, and we want to do the best for our residents of Devon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Hayward, is this a point of order?
It is, Chair. That sounds to me like predetermination.
Which part of the... I'm going to ask for some guidance from the Director of Legal Services. Thank you.
Just to clarify, what part are we saying is predetermination?
The mover of the amendment hasn't spoken on it, hasn't explained the basis behind it, and yet the Conservative group has already established a position. That is the very definition of you might be predisposed, but that is predetermination, because you have already now said, Councillor Ledbetter, that your group is not going to vote for it. For me, I'm afraid that sounds like predetermination, and that's not the principle of this authority being a democratic organisation.
Well, could I clarify? We have a feeling we're not going to support it. Thank you. And
Thank you, Councillor Ledbetter.
That feeling might get more and more as the debate goes on.
Thank you, Councillor Ledbetter. So you're telling me your mind remains open at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call on Councillor Bailey to move your amendment, and you can speak now or reserve the right to speak later in the debate.
I'd like to speak now, please. So I put forward with the group, the Green and Independent group, the amendment, the budget amendment, because I was really concerned about the on page 72, the reference to £650,000 library services efficiencies, particularly during a live consultation, and now the consultation is closed, but still no decision has been taken about the future format of the libraries. We've heard from residents today. We've also heard from the portfolio holder that more than 22,000 people have responded, and it's an absolutely key issue. And as a general point, I'm concerned that it seems to be treated almost as it's a discretionary service, not a statutory service akin to other statutory services. So I put forward with my colleagues the budget amendment. That budget amendment was approved after the Cabinet. So the Cabinet, at the Cabinet meeting, the portfolio holder put forward two sums that would equate to 650,000. But despite that, my budget amendment was still approved. And I'm really concerned that library services efficiencies still appears in the budget book, and I think it just fosters a fear of predetermination, and I'm really concerned about the way the proposal to cut money and cut statutory hours has been processed so far. We know that the proposal may not be strictly adhered to or followed or adopted. Nevertheless, it's a formal proposal from this council, and I have grave concerns about the content of that proposal and how it has been created. So in the round, I'm concerned that the £650,000 still refers in the budget book. It's still in the Cabinet, doesn't explicitly say that it's to address the removal of the efficiencies. We've heard from the portfolio holder today that those library efficiencies will not be pursued, but I would like to put my my budget amendment, because I think it's a key issue of public concern that the money is going to be taken away from libraries, and I do not understand fully why, when the budget was considered at the Cabinet, you didn't just delete that line that refers to budget services efficiencies instead of coming up with two equivalent amounts that equal 650,000. So I strongly believe that our libraries are a powerful force for the residents of Devon. I think we should do everything we can to fight them and to treat them equally with our statutory authorities. And I think we should be very careful about putting references to efficiencies in a service that's currently the subject of consultation. So I would like to put my budget amendment, and I hope that it will be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Wilson, I believe you're seconding Councillor Bailey's motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later in the meeting?
Thank you. I'll second and I will speak later. I will second and I'll speak later.
Thank you. Okay. Let me just make sure I write that in. Oh, okay. Okay. So, Councillor Hayward, you have 4 amendments. Would you like to move those now and speak, or reserve your right to speak later in the debate?
I'll speak now, if I may, Chair. I'll have to remove my earpiece so I can actually, otherwise I'll have some awful feedback coming through. I'm grateful to the Cabinet member and to the 151 officer for their additional information and for the amended section 25, and apologies if that's caused any work to the officers concerned. They are of course just words. Ultimately it's all about action. So of 100 emails I receive, 1 generally is about SEND, 1 is about adult social care, 1 about child social care, 1 is about libraries, 1 will invariably be spam. The other 95 will be about potholes and the condition of the roads in my division. Devon has 3.2% of all the roads in the UK within our county boundary, but we only have 1.8% of the population, but in summer 98.2% of the population wants to come and visit us. I know from the internet that vehicle excise duty brings in 8.4 billion per annum from those vehicles that are not exempt from it. Fuel duty brings in 24 to 25 billion. And then the real kick in the teeth, the Exchequer then adds VAT to that tax, dragging in another 5 billion, the very definition of a tax on a tax. That's 38 billion of road-related taxation swept up by this and previous governments. So as we maintain 3.2% of all the roads, a bit of basic maths leads us to the inevitable conclusion we should ask the Right Honourable Rachel Reeves for our £1.2 billion rebate cheque to help us fill the £300 million pothole in our road repair budget. 300 million, let that figure sink in. I know about risk. I sit on this authority's audit committee, the combined county authority audit committee. I've sat on my district council's audit committee, and in my day job, I review risk every day to mitigate and manage. I know that our external auditors, Grant Thornton, have flagged our reserves. The Section 151 officer has alluded to this. But why are our reserves so low? Because successive governments, as others have said, have starved Devon of funded, loaded their debt and service obligations onto our shoulders, forcing us to burn through our own reserves at a rate of knots just to balance the books. That's the past. So they rob us blind, they hoard the money that most ordinary people would think should be spent on the roads that generate that tax. They decide that then we have to use our reserves And then they challenge us through the audit system when we have used those reserves. The house always wins. So our risks. In Devon, we rely on tourism. There is a real and credible risk that visitors will stop coming to Devon because they don't want to wreck their minivans, campervans, caravans, Teslas and Beamers. That's a real and present danger to our economy. £2.5 to £2.8 billion annually. Now, isn't that worth an investment to secure? But I haven't read that in any Grant Thornton report as a risk. There's a real risk that our roads have become so poor that residents don't want to leave their homes to venture into our high streets, and that affects our retail economy. It creates isolation and loneliness, and that impacts on health outcomes. They're ripples in a pond. That's not in any auditor's report I've seen. We know that residents don't want to venture out at night or in the evenings because they can't see the potholes till they're too late. It's fine if you live in a city or a large town with integrated transport, but 90% of Devon is rural, and cars are the only way to get from A to B. If people won't come out in the dark, then we kiss goodbye to our hospitality sector, our nighttime economy, and Devon takes another step backwards. Our pubs and clubs and restaurants are already reeling from one blow after another, but I can't find any mention of that in a Grant Thornton report. We all know the sudden feeling of the lunge and the feeling of lopsidedness when you wreck a tyre in a pothole, and it fills you with dread and despair. That sounds expensive, you think to yourself. But these bills hurt ordinary people. They're already buckling under a cost of living crisis, as my colleague has alluded to. For a nurse, a carer, a TA, a handyman, self-employed person, those bills can be crippling, other than being stuck in a country lane, in the dark, in the rain, unable to move. Where is the risk for that in our external audit? But let's be honest, that's for car drivers. It's monetary. If you're a cyclist, a motorcyclist, a horse user, you hit that pothole and it's not just expensive, it can be fatal. That damage you can't fix in a garage. That will devastate families, and that risk is far greater than the risk of not having reserves, in my own opinion. We're conducting trials in parts of the county which are assessing the impact of fixing all potholes in a selected area at the same time. I can save you the time of analysing that data. It's a good idea. I'm struggling in Axminster, as others might be, to defend the indefensible. Where is the sanity in fixing one pothole and leaving the one next to it? It is madness. I've got our highway safety policy provided by our NHO here, and it gives a list of criteria when we will fix a pothole within a set amount of time, within a week, within 2 days, within 2 hours. We're not following it. I don't see in any of our minutes when we as a council, the members, elected, voted to change, rescind our highways policy. We're not following it. How many other policies are we choosing not to follow? When do members get a vote on that? So I've got a bit more, but you get the nuance of what I'm trying to say. We have an unwritten contract with the people of Devon. That contract to 1.2 million people is they pay council tax. They don't agree to it, they get no choice. And we provide those services. But if we break that covenant, why would they trust us? The budget today, thank you, is the result of hours, thousands of hours of work, and the outcomes proposed are all laudable, mostly, but the lion's share of our spend, as Councillor Stevens mentioned, is to provide services to actually the minority of our population. Road condition affects us all. If we have undrivable roads, there are no visitors, no deliveries, no school transport, no carer visits, no healthcare delivery, just a dead economy, pockets of loneliness and deprivation. We're all elected to do the right thing, so please consider this with an open mind, don't be predetermined, and listen to the debate. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Hayward. 3 seconds spare. Impressive. Thank you. Okay, so, just coming back. So, Councillor Ketchen, I believe that you are seconding the motions put forward by Councillor Hayward. Would you like to speak now? I mean, I'd like you to second them now if you're going to.
Yeah, I'd like to second the motion. Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to speak now.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, great. Well, you know, I've seconded this motion. It's for one reason only, and that's the condition of the road network. I do welcome the budget increases on spending, but I feel that this has been the most talked about issue in local government from the last election cycle, both nationally and locally, and it's clearly very close to residents' hearts. Potholes are not a party political issue. This motion allows residents to express their view as to their priority, to put their money where their voices are loudest. As we have seen in other councils, funding is not a matter of discipline. The reality check is there is no more fat to cut off the lamb. Unfortunately, council tax is a regressive tax. My preference is to raise this kind of money for the road network through taxes related by means to pay, and council tax is not that. However, this motion sets out the only means to do revenue raising for the road network by the council today. Potholes and road maintenance are not solely a Devon problem. However, repeatedly, national governments, as we all know, have continued to dodge this ever-growing bullet. Infrastructure simply needs funding, and it's particularly pertinent to this council, as we all know, with the largest road network in England, infrastructure is key to Devon's success. We've seen with the early winter frost followed by the late winter record rainfall in the southwest that road defects have rocketed, as happens in these difficult and extreme conditions. Indeed, even the rail network displays no resilience, with severe weather events, with the Dawlish Main Line and the Exeter Barnstable Line having prolonged outages. The road network is equally lacking in resilience. We are told by our officers roads will, not might, will continue to deteriorate without increased spending. Whether you believe this is a result of climate change acceleration, poor prioritization of key public infrastructure, or both, I ask you to consider, do you think the status quo is good enough for your residents and for Devon businesses? We can decide to give the public their say if we back this motion, if it is the public's views who you wish to hear.
Thank you, Councillor Ketchen. Okay, so those are movers and seconders. So we're now going to move into the debate stage. We've already agreed that we'll be talking both, debate is about the motion and all of the amendments together. So this is your chance, all of you across the whole council, to catch my attention and say your piece. We'd be most grateful for, as we said earlier, for points not to be repeated, if that's okay. And at the end of it, we'll come back to to Councillor Wilson, who has reserved her right to speak. And I'm just getting a note. I don't actually know what that means, but so I'm just going to carry on. I have a number of people who have already indicated to speak, but please, I'd be grateful for you to speak. I think I'm being encouraged to ask for an officer to speak. Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Chair. So I think we have Councillor Fife Cook registered, and Councillor Connett. And then I think we need to start taking names, Chair.
Is that in order? Councillor?
Yes, Councillor Cook was, Fife Cook had pre-registered to speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's helpful to know. So, so you will all get your chance. I'd be grateful to hear from maybe people who we don't normally hear from. We want to be inclusive and get everybody's views. But I'm going to hand you straight over to Councillor Fife Cook, just after saying that Councillor Brazil will, as a seconder of the motion put forward by the Cabinet Member for Finance, you have your you will be speaking at the end, as indeed will the Cabinet member to round up the discussion. Okay? Councillor Fife-Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Interesting, the weight of words. I've heard a lot of different viewpoints today, and as leader of the opposition, I suppose I should play the part of taking offence at everything and possibly blaming the Tories. That usually works. But in fairness, this isn't a bad budget at all. I think there's a lot in it that we would have willingly supported. But I do think also it's a very safe budget. And I'm saying that as a business person. And I know council isn't the same as business, and I'm sorry if I offend those who think it should be totally separate. But as a new person here, if I was going to start and I saw the amount of debt we have, etc., and the way we've got limited funds, we all know government should pay. It's a ridiculous system we have, but it's a system we have. I would want to start at zero again. I would want to look at where every single penny is spent. I think that's the only way we're ever going to be able to help, because we spend these massive amounts of money on children's services, on adults, and we still have people we're failing. So if we're still failing people, then we have to do better. And that's not an insult. It's simply a case of maybe we need to look at a different way, a different model of moving things on. I think what Councillor Hayward said is absolutely right, in the fact that most of us are deluged by pothole emails. But I don't think that it's fair, personally, to increase the burden even further on the general public. Maybe there's another way we could fund it. Maybe we could do a holiday tax, like they do in France, where they pay for water, etc. Maybe we could gear that to totally going towards helping us repair the roads, because the majority of people who are coming here are doing exceeding damage to the roads, so maybe that's the way. So I'm certainly not against what you're proposing. I'm just against the way that we always seem to put our hands in the parishioners' pockets. I do think that a lot of people here don't want to say certain things. I mean, it's unpopular. 79% of what we spend is spent on children and adult services. And I think we should be able to have a conversation where we look at that really genuinely and say, let's start again. Let's really do something different here. And it shouldn't be a case of just because we say it automatically, people throw stones at us. We all want to help children, we all want to help adults. And I think somehow we've got to try and make that happen. That's why we're the adults in the room. Some of the things we say and some of the things we do are not going to make people happy, but that is what we stood on the platform for and people voted for. Thank you, that's all I need to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fife-Cook. Next on my list, I have Councillor Connett. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I very much welcome the budget and will be supporting it. Some of the commentary today... Sorry,
Okay. Sorry, I've just noted Councillor Genters on my list of people to speak.
I thought Councillor Gent was seeking to speak, so we're starting again. Thank you very much, Chairman. So I support the budget today. I very much welcome it and very much welcome the contribution of Councillor Ledbetter in particular, because, as you say, it would have been easy to have said something different. And believe me, we have experienced very combative meetings in this chamber about budgets in the past. Some colleagues have talked about adults and children as though taking up 80% of the budget. We shouldn't necessarily focus on that. A child coming into our care now, aged 3 or 5, for example, and staying with us, it may be 20 years, 23 years before we see the outcome for them. Who would not want their best opportunity to thrive and be a successful adult contributing member of our community? For the many older people in our care, who few of us see, and some will know, what would we want for them if that was our mother or our auntie or our father. We want to be assured that they got the best care. And as a councillor, I was contacted in the past few weeks by someone concerned about a safeguarding matter. And for me and for you as a councillor, the ability to contact someone here, a senior officer, and have someone just check that out very, very quickly. Where else could you go for that type of insurance policy? What money would you put on that to have that available? The fact that you, me, us, may only use it once in a year, but know that we could do it for our constituents. Those type of long-serving services take money, and governments over the years have changed the things we do. They've changed the market. So for those of us who have been on district councils will remember when councils had council housing, the market was changed. For those of us at county and at unitary, we used to run children's homes. The market was changed. Thank goodness there are councils who are now opening homes and doing it right and providing that service directly. The cycle changes. Potholes. The biggest thing probably on any of our mailing lists are potholes, and let's not be unappreciative of the thing that matters most to most people. It's the state of their roads, the potholes, the white lines, the highways drainage, and I very much welcome the £19 million being put into this budget as a start to getting the roads done. And I don't think anyone would pretend that when you're faced with a £250 million backlog of maintenance, that is all going to be done. But the direction of travel has been set collectively by the council that we are determined to do the best by our roads and spend money, capital and revenue to make the changes that are needed that people will see. But it would be wrong of us, Chairman, not also to acknowledge that we have to protect the long-term financial health of the council, and that comes down to the reserves, and some people have commented about that. Our auditors, and we have them, are there, and they have set the amber light flashing for us, held the mirror up and said, your reserves are at a low point. You need to do something about it. The audit committee, your audit committee, has actually asked council, the finance cabinet member, the director of finance, to set out the strategy. And that's before us today, which is about replenishing reserves. And we know that some events in Devon are so catastrophic that they are many millions of pounds that we need to find. The only way to find it is either to have it in the bank ready to use, or if we're really pushed, we're going to have to borrow. But we're an organisation that does many things right across the county, and it is our job to have a sufficiency. And that's where the audit committee is saying to council, we need the strategy in place and a robust approach to reserves, which have been drawn on over the last 10, 15 years. They are much less than they used to be, but it is prudent to put them back. So I support the budget because it does things. It invests in roads, it invests in children, it invests in adults. It's a start to repairing our potholes. It's a start to putting back the white lines. It's a start towards dealing with highways drainage. And so for the avoidance of doubt, I do not support a referendum on going back to the taxpayer and saying, would you pay more? Because I think it's wrong. They are paying enough already. It's our job to make the best use of what we've got. But I commend the budget to all colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Connett. I'm just noting down. I've got a good number of you to speak now. Councillor McGough, your turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I read a little piece I wrote probably about a month ago, actually. Just a little thing here says that families across Devon are dealing with higher food bills, rising rents and mortgages, and relentless energy costs. They are stretched to breaking point. At a time like this, it's not acceptable to ask them to pay even more for a council tax rise. We should be protecting people, not adding to their financial burden. That being said, I'm not stupid. I wouldn't vote against his budget on the pure premise that Liberal Democrats put his budget forward. As a responsible member of this council, I have to support your budget because you've given this budget your best thought possible in the funding for residents of Devon. I don't like the council tax rise, but unfortunately, I don't like government. We're governed by government. You have to produce a balanced budget. Therefore, I do support your, not predetermined, I do support your budget, 100%. £19 million investment into highways. I like potholes like you all do. I like doing it myself. We need help. If this is a start to help, I've got to support you 100%. So regardless of parties, I support the Liberal Democrats on this because you're actually trying to improve in education, huge investments needed in education, adult social care, children's services. I lit the Council of Biederman, children's services. We need to give you that support. You know, I want to see this council going forward, regardless of what party you sit in. It's to benefit everybody in Devon. When it comes to adult social care, I always had a little kind of gripe and say, I thought it was wasted money. I really did. I didn't think it's being spent efficiently, okay? But unfortunately, my dear mom passed away last Thursday. She needed to use adult social care, okay? So I seen it from a different perspective, which is great for me because I had blinkers on. So when you go through your time of grief, you actually realise how much you rely on these services yourself. So that being said, it might be in a small, I think it was 3% of the population is adult social care, children's services, you know, but they are paramount. I've witnessed it with my own eyes. It's given me a different outlook. It's given me a kick up the arse, actually, be a bit more open-minded, I think. I try not to be a bit blinkered, but I speak from the heart. I'm quite passionate about it. And that being said, I need to touch on highways. Councillor Brazil, can you please look into, I know it's already been signed for 2029 for the contract we currently use at the moment. I get the fact you've done it because of the LGR. We don't know what the hell's going on with LGR. Nobody does. I'm not speaking that term, I only said hell. The cost plus scheme. Any cost plus scheme for any contractor, to me, is pure madness. It's kind of an open checkbook to write down what you want to get money out of the taxpayers of Devon. It's 2 week, fortnightly payments. I would love to be able to have that contract myself. And we need to look into framework contracts. I believe a lot of wastage in highways is framework contracts. Okay, thankfully, I've got good experience with this. A lot of my friends own a lot of these companies. I have no vested interest. Okay, I'm a scaffolder by trade. I don't really want anything to do with potholes or anything to do with the roads. Okay, I have no interest in any other businesses. But it really needs to be looked into. But what really, the crux of it all needs to be is the way highways is run. We have to keep on top of these contractors because at the moment I feel that the contractors are running amok with the way they do their cheap little repairs. Okay, if I'm getting paid £180 for a pothole, probably this size, okay, but I could also, as taxpayer Devon, get £180 for 4 metre square unit. Now, I'd sooner be seeing a 4 metre square unit being done, which covers maybe 6 potholes, but as a contractor, I'd like to be paid per pothole because I make a lot more money that way. Just please, going forward, you know, would you please look into that for me? It's a big crux for me because I see the way it's inefficiently done by the contractors, but the framework contracts, that really needs to be looked into because this is a huge waste of highways. I've looked into this in detail. I'm happy to go with a cabinet member. I'm not trying to undermine a cabinet member. I just want to give my ideas as council to you, and I'm here to support, okay? So today, originally I was going to vote against this budget, but for the public where I represent Northern Division, we have to go with this council tax rise. If we don't go with the rise, we can't deliver the service we need, which is essential for residents of Devon. So thank you much.
Thank you, Councillor McGough. Next, we've got Councillor Cottle-Hunkin. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you won't be surprised, I'm going to focus on libraries, which have been a common theme throughout this meeting. I want to begin by placing on record my sincere thanks to Councillor James Buczkowski for his hard work on this budget, and particularly for his commitment to libraries which sit within my portfolio. Libraries matter deeply to me. We all know they're not an optional extra or a luxury. They are a lifeline for many. They are places of opportunity, learning, connection and safety. For many residents, they are the only warm, welcoming and free community space available to them. And I want to thank those who came forward with petitions today in support of their libraries. It was only a few years ago that I was doing the same for the mobile libraries. The consultation has literally just closed and the response has been absolutely incredible. As previously mentioned, we have had more than 22,000 responses, which is one of the biggest, if not the biggest response to a Devon County Council consultation. around 4 times more than the library consultation in 2006. This speaks volumes about how much people value their libraries and just how important they are. I have spent the last few months visiting libraries, speaking with staff, volunteers and residents, and attending community meetings, and I have many more that I plan to visit together with councillors in the coming weeks. I am listening carefully, and what I am hearing is passion, concern, creativity, and importantly, a willingness to work together. I also want to take a moment to recognise and thank our library staff, and I have written to them all to thank them during the consultation too. I know how difficult, emotional and uncertain this period is for them, yet throughout it all they have shown remarkable professionalism, supporting their communities and proactively promoting the consultation to ensure every voice could be heard. Many have told me how overwhelmed they have been by the kindness and encouragement shown to them locally, and I want them to know that their care, commitment and the pride they take in their work does not go unnoticed and is deeply valued. That is why this budget matters so much. The additional £425,000 to support library delivery is a clear statement that we are serious about listening and responding to what our communities are telling us. It gives us the flexibility to act responsibly and meaningfully to the consultation. In this National Year of Reading, restoring the Book Fund with £500,000 is another powerful signal. Books change lives and reading opens doors. If we are serious about aspiration, literacy and opportunity, then investing in our literacy resources is absolutely the right thing to do. But for me, the most important commitment is the creation of a £1 million reserve to support library transformation and rural hubs. That's not a small change, it's a real investment in doing things differently. It gives us the ability to be creative, to explore new income streams, to build resilience, and it also gives us the flexibility to pilot new ideas to ensure that rural and remote areas are not left behind. I feel genuinely positive that this budget provides the flexibility we need to respond meaningfully to the consultation and create a positive way forward for all 50 libraries in Devon. Over the past few weeks, I've received letters that perfectly capture and encourage the spirit of exactly what we are setting out here today. One saying cooperation is in the air, and another urging us to think boldly and creatively about income generation for these essential hubs. I agree that is exactly the approach we need, and this funding gives us the means to turn these propositions into action. We are a new council, and we are taking a different approach. We are listening and we are engaging. We will consider the consultation results thoughtfully and carefully, and importantly, we will do so with a funding position that backs up that commitment with real intent to make this work. I am absolutely committed to working with our communities to shape a shared vision for the future of our libraries, one that aligns with our strategic priorities, built on partnership and designed to ensure that these vital spaces do not just survive, but grow, evolve and thrive for generations to come. In short, I'm confident that this is a very positive budget for our libraries. As we have heard, there isn't a cut to the library budget. The £650,000 efficiencies have been reversed, and in addition, there's a £1 million reserve to support communities in transformation, which I think is really exciting as we look at how we can work together to do things differently. So yeah, I think it's a really positive budget for our libraries, and I hope, well, I'm really pleased to hear what everyone is saying in the room today. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so next I have Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Just a really good debate so far. Councillor Ketchin, just to reassure you and anyone else who might be wondering, I absolutely hear the public's view. Members have talked about how many emails they receive about their potholes. You can rest assured. You can multiply what I receive by a factor that you can choose on any one day of the week, depending on how wet it's been. So I am fully aware of what the public want, rest assured, and I would like to be delivering exactly what they want to. In terms of the status quo, I commend this budget for exactly that reason, that we're not seeing the status quo. Councillor Ledbetter is right. The reason why we're in part not seeing the status quo is because we are grateful that the government have given us our money back in terms of the SEND deficit, and that has made a massive difference in what we're able to do, and I welcome that enormously. Councillor Fife Cook, you're absolutely right. We should talk about those important matters like children's and adults. We should be the adults. We should all be the adults in the room. We should be the corporate parents in the room and talk about it. But, you know, Councillor Stevens is also right in that the message that we should all be sending to the government is that this needs to be funded properly. And actually, funding properly means funding at national level. Actually, that's the reality. If I turn to the... well, in fact, before I do, I'll just talk to Councillor McGoss. The term maintenance contract, Councillor Goff, it's the job of officers at all level to make sure that the guys in M Group who fulfil our terms maintenance contracts are doing the job. And if they're not doing the job properly, then we need to know that so we can go back and tell them. But I would caveat that, and I will say at this meeting, that which I've said at scrutiny before, and it's a really important point to make, we should not, under our own contract, have filled a pothole in since November. And you will understand that, Councillor McGough, because you fill potholes in and you know that if a pothole's full of water, or if it's cold, or if it's freezing, or if it's wet, we shouldn't be filling them in. So every time M Group go out and fill one in, that causes a problem, because that pothole will fail, and we know that. But we have a safety inspection policy, and turning to Councillor Hayward, I think it's really important, Councillor Hayward, I agree with an awful lot of what you said, and I thank you for bringing what you've brought. There's a couple of things I will just make, I think it's really important points to make. One is on the matter of fact of how much money it would actually take. We're somewhere about 385 million, so it's even more. But nonetheless, your point was well made. But the one point I will slightly take you to task on is the safety inspection policy. As far as I'm aware, we rigorously follow the safety inspection policy. And if we are failing, I want to hear that. And if necessary, and I owe you a visit anyway, but I'd like to see that evidence of that, because that's really important. Everything that we do, and all your frustrations as members, are caused because we have to go out and fulfil that safety inspection policy and fill in those safety defects that we will otherwise be seeing the director or the deputy director in court over. So it's really important that you understand that. When it comes to the amendments themselves, look, it would be really easy for me as the portfolio holder to say, bring it on, Councillor Hayward, asking for more money for highways, thank you, but the reality is we've got to be sensible about what we're actually able to do. So I think it's really important to point out that what happens at the moment is we go out and do work in the winter months because we have to. We fill in those safety defects and we know they're going to fail. If we were suddenly given even more investment, logic dictates that a lot of that work would have to happen during the months when we shouldn't be doing the work. And actually, what you don't want is you don't want us spending as a department a load more money, public money, for it to fail. It's really important that the money that you entrust us as a council, that you entrust the Highways Department, is spent to its best efficiency for the best delivery of service. So my challenge back, if you like, is this is the first budget of the new administration. We've made it very clear that we are investing in highways. Please allow us the opportunity to prove that investment can be spent sensibly and visibly and safely across the county. Now, I know if Councillor Bukowski's got more money, I know he knows very well that we have our begging bowls out, like Oliver Twist, and we will always take some more, but it needs to be planned, it needs to be structured, and it needs to be well thought out. And actually, the other point to make on this, Councillor Hayward, is if we suddenly had a load of money to fix potholes, that's fine, but if we're not fixing the drains, the underlying problem of why there's water on the road in the first place, those potholes will fail again. So I ask for a little time. I thank you for the amendments. I cannot support them personally just for those reasons, but the principle of asking for more money for my department will always be warmly welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. And again, 20 seconds to spare. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Bell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would dearly love to support Councillor Hayward's amendment to use reserves to boost highways, but 2020 seems like a long time ago. It's a horrifically pertinent example of why we need to hold on to and expand these emergency reserves. In 2020, our country was led by a Mr. Johnson. And because of his lack of preparedness, the fact that emergency preparedness and emergency protection had been spaffed up a wall, we were left with our country's leaders suggesting that bodies should pile up in the streets rather than risk financial hardship. Some of my co-workers in other parts of the country went to work in bin liners because our nation's leaders failed to prepare. It would be an act of incredible bravery to take from our county's emergency reserve. We pray we will not need our emergency reserves, but as we've seen in Oakhampton this weekend, sudden, unexpected incidents can happen. We should be very grateful that under the budget, if we were suddenly called on to rebuild a school or continue to operate our schools through a pandemic, we would have the reserves to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Gent.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak to Councillor Hayward's proposed amendment and to thank Councillor Hayward for bringing out in such stark clarity the challenge of the roads network of Devon and the backlog of repairs, which we've now heard is not 300 million, but 385 million pounds to bring all our roads, to make them all fully repaired. But I would like to draw the attention to this council to one aspect of the road challenge in Devon, which hasn't been mentioned so far. Somebody said there's something we're not all talking about. What I'm talking about is the increased damage to the road network from climate change, both in terms of heavier rainfall in winter and in terms of increased storminess, which is damaging the coastal road network, as we found out at Slapton, not to mention sea level rise, which is also coming and started already. And the reason I think it's so relevant to Devon is that we have so many lanes which are sunken lanes and which effectively act as a kind of drain to the adjacent fields. And even if the fields on both sides aren't higher than the road, very often the field on one side is higher than the road. So the water seeps out from the fields into the lane, it runs off from the fields into the lane, it discharges from the fields into the lane in land drains, and we all know this. As a farmer, I know it better than perfectly well, that our road network is effectively acting as drains, and as the rain gets heavier, the problem gets worse. And then the challenge of the coastal road networks, we have so many fantastic seafronts and coastal roads, and the damage there is also increasing. The reason I think we've got to speak about that challenge is because I think unless you recognise something is happening, you don't take any action about it. And I agree with those speakers who said that the road network is fundamentally not something that should be placed on the council taxpayer, because council tax is a progressive tax. It falls more heavily on people who are less well off. And somebody mentioned road fuel tax, which is actually the only tax that this government has put down, and the previous government decreased it, and the government before that decreased it, and the government before that decreased it. They froze it. So in real terms, it's shrunk by a third. So there are taxes in this country which have actually fallen over the period where government contribution to Devon County Council has also fallen. And I think the responsibility lies with national government to help us face the challenge of climate change. I'm sorry I've dwelt on this point, but recently when we had the disaster at Slapton, the leader of the council and other people were quoted on the BBC, including nationally, talking about it, but there wasn't a single mention of climate change in the report from the BBC, and that may well be the way they chose to report it, but I would like to see clear leadership from this council that says climate change is a problem for Devon. And I think if we don't see that leadership, we're having continuation of the previous regime, if I may say so, Councillor Ledbetter, which was not prepared to send a clear signal that they believed that climate change was happening and it was man-made. And I think I would like to see the current administration do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gent. Just to let you know, I have I think 7 more councillors to speak. I have had some people indicating they would like a break. So what I am suggesting is that we will take those in order, and then before the summing up, we will take a break and we will have our lunch, and then we will come back. Okay, and then the vote will follow, and then I will go through all the procedures. But that will allow people to, I hope it treats people with respect because we're human beings. Okay, so next I'm going to call Councillor Eade, please.
Thank you, Chair. Overall, I'm supportive of this budget. I think we're more or less doing the best we can with such limited support from central government, which is forcing us to raise council taxes as much as we can just to try to keep going. I was concerned about the Public Health and Communities Directorate taking such a hammering with almost an 8% budget reduction, and particularly the libraries, which people have spoken about. It was something my Green colleagues and I heavily stressed on the scrutiny committee, so it's really good to see that that's been taken on board. I went to speak to the centre manager at Exeter Library last year, and he made it abundantly clear to me there is no room for efficiencies. They need more money, not less. There isn't a load of savings that they can make, and they need more support. It wasn't initially clear to me in the cabinet statement that the extra funding identified was going to reverse those efficiencies, or whether those efficiencies were still needed, but there was extra money going to be elsewhere. But I think that has been made clear now by the cabinet member. So in terms of the amendment on libraries, I think that it's still just going to make this explicit and make it clear. So I don't think there's any contradiction with what's been said, and it will just get that down as clearly as possible. So I'm happy to support that amendment. On the potholes one, I completely agree that more needs to be done on this, and it's really depressing that we are in this state of essentially managed decline at the moment, where there isn't enough money to keep the roads going. We're sort of focusing on the main roads, but a lot of the smaller side roads are just getting worse and worse and worse. And it is dangerous. It's dangerous for car users, it's dangerous for cyclists, and something does need to be done. And yeah, I do recognise that council tax isn't really the best way to do it. It is a regressive tax, but I also recognise it is actually the only thing we could do. So it is something that we could do at this moment. And my approach generally is to consult the public and hear what the public have to say as much as possible. They should be guiding what we do here as much as possible. So in that sense, a referendum would be a good idea, but my concern is it is such a big cost. It's £2.5 million was put in the amendment, and my concern is that it just wouldn't be supported by enough of my residents, so it would potentially be quite a waste of money, potentially, even though we would have given people the right to say if they would support that or not. So I'll be listening closely to what others have to say and their feelings of their residents' views in their divisions, but so I'm open-minded on that one for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Eade. Can I move on to Councillor Sellis, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I would like to welcome the increase in the locality budget. Thank you very much. £2,000 is a significant increase, and it's great. And I'd just like to say that over the years I've been able to use my locality budget supporting Tavistock Library. We managed to convert one large room into a reasonable sized room and 2 smaller rooms, and from that we've been able to get revenue. And so in Tavistock I would suggest we bake more cakes rather than slicing them. And I'm fully aware of cuts and the massive impact that we have in local government, and I'm not going to repeat there've been some very wise words expressed. I would also add that I use my locality budget to help form the Tavistock Health and Wellbeing Alliance, which is now in its 9th year. And the Tavistock Library is a key building. And I am dismayed to see in the proposals that Wednesday is going to be closed, and yet in Tavistock, and I am being parochial here, the manager actually managed to secure opening on a Wednesday. So it's an available, well-used commodity, I would say, in Tavistock, which is open 6 days a week. So it's interesting also that libraries come under public health. And this is where I firmly believe we should be sweating our assets. We shouldn't be cutting, we shouldn't be closing. We should be sweating our assets and under the umbrella of public health, working with more agencies. So thank you very much for that extra 2,000. I think there's been some very wise words said here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salis. Next I have Councillor Richardson. I'm actually not going to take any more people. We've all had ample chance to speak. So as I say, when we've got to the end of these speakers, we will break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak mostly on Councillor Bailey and Councillor Wilson's amendment. I welcome them bringing this forward. I think it's important that this amendment is put forward to make it clear to the public that the so-called efficiencies, which we all know are cuts, are fully removed. I share Councillor Bailey's uncertainty on why it couldn't have been clear in the budget book that we're simply removing the cuts. I think the public also find that hard to understand, and as we heard from some of the speakers today, it still was unclear that the fantastic work of Councillor Bukowski on securing the funding to stop the cuts had been made. So I'd also like to repeat what the actual agreed resolution at the Corporate Infrastructure and Regulatory Service Scrutiny Committee budget meeting we had, which urged the Cabinet to consider reducing or eliminating the proposed budget reduction to the libraries and information budget, recognising that the savings had been assumed ahead of the consultation end date, and to ensure the service users remain at the heart of decision making. Therefore, I feel this amendment reflects that decision made at the scrutiny meeting much better than what is presented today in the budget book. I think it's also worth mentioning about some of the concerns with how the consultation has been made. Many residents rightly questioned whether the outcome had been predetermined. Now, before this meeting was postponed to today as a result of awaiting the final settlement, the budget vote would have taken place before the consultation would have even closed. Now, to me, that is an unacceptable situation which would have undermined public trust. Of course, the consultation ended on Sunday. There has not been the time to look at the results of the consultation and analyse the data, but I don't think you'd be an expert to hazard a guess at what people in Devon are saying about libraries. To just conclude, I do welcome and thank the hard work that's been made, particularly in the last week or so, to ensure these cuts are removed, but I would still like to give my support to Councillors Bailey and Wilson in their amendment, so we can fully show the public that this council cares about libraries, and when we do eventually analyse the results of the consultation, that this council strives to protect opening hours of libraries. It is right to look at improving the model of libraries. We know they've been underfunded for years, and a more sustainable model is needed, and so I welcome Councillor Cottle-Hunkin's work in looking at turning libraries into community hubs, for example, and bringing in services, and also welcome the words of Councillor Sellis, who I think shares that same feeling. So yeah, thank you very much to all the Cabinet members and everyone else involved in bringing this budget forward. I do welcome it, and I look forward to the next year of working for our residents in Devon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. We're on to the last four, so Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. While we're on the subject of thanking everybody, I'd just like to say that nobody's mentioned it yet. So Reform councillors are deeply saddened by the devastating fire at the Promise School in Oakhampton. Our thoughts are with all the pupils and the family and the staff, and we're just very, very grateful that nobody was hurt in the fire. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the emergency services, that their swift and tireless response, and you know, our thoughts are going out to everybody there, so I hope you'll all agree with me here that it's quite a devastating situation there for all the pupils and teachers. With regard to the budget, a lot of you know that my passion is with highways. Councillor Thomas and I have had several conversations. My concern with the shortfall of the millions to bring Devon's roads up to standard, I would very much welcome the Cabinet outlining its long-term plans for addressing the backlog and explain the criteria for reclassification categories 3 to 6 roads and the impact on the rural communities, businesses, emergency services and residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Now, moving on to Councillor Tony Stevens. There you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question revolves around the budget in some ways. It involves corporate inefficiency or efficiency. Corporate services currently employs approximately 1,350 full-time equivalent staff, representing a quarter of the council's workforce. Has the administration benchmarked Devon's corporate structure against comparable county councils, and has a phased 2 to 3% corporate efficiency reduction been modelled within the medium-term financial plan? If so, what annual recurring saving would that generate?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julian next. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to bring up adult and social care with the budget. I think it's fantastic that the council have, which I agree with the budget, but also, I mean, I have spoken to, and I want to bring this up, I have spoken to the Citizens Advice Bureau, where long conversations, which I have brought to the council, about that they could actually save the council £21.5 million through their dealings with central government, where they could help with the care of the vulnerable and alike. They said that they could actually help with to sort of relieve the county of that extra costs. So they could do that. And also, if they were successful in that, they could also branch into the children's by saving a lot of money on the children. So in other words, if we had, and they're non-for-profit, Chair, they're non-for-profit, so therefore that's good, and they could help us by giving more money to helping the vulnerable children and also foster caring, also health and social care for the adults. And I'm quite passionate about it all, that we want to help them, of course, and we have a budget for that, but we could do more. So I just wondered if anybody has taken that mantle up, Chair, that we could be saving even more money for the council. That's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Julian. Councillor Vanstone, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you very much to the Cabinet for bringing the budget forward. I would like to say, and also thank you for the money you put in towards the highways. I'd like to think that that's going to be spread evenly and fairly around Devon, and not in certain places. Also, can the Cabinet provide a clear breakdown of measurable recurring financial savings delivered by the transformation and business service function over the past 3 years, please, to confirm whether those savings exceed the cost of running that function?
Thank you very much, Councillor Vanstone. So, where we are now is debate from the floor has now finished. Councillor Hayward, you will get the chance to speak as your right of reply, as you've moved a motion. So you will get your chance, don't worry. What we're going to do is I'm going to propose, I'm so sorry, I had failed to notice quite how time has dashed on. It's been so engaging, thank you. So what I'm going to suggest is a 20-minute break for lunch, if people can cope with 20 minutes, after which we will come back. Hang on half a sec before we finish, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Connett. Okay, if we could just have some calm just for a moment, and then I will adjourn the meeting. So I'm going to give you 20 minutes. By my clock, it is now 13:54, so I suggest we come back at, goodness me, 2:15, and we will restart the meeting at 2:15. Clearly, this meeting goes on, and then we will do the rest of the summing up and the votes. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Councillors, could you take your seats, please? Thank you very much. Thank you so much, and I hope everyone feels refreshed, relieved, and ready to carry on with voting and so on and so forth. Okay, it is terribly warm in here, so if you run out of water, there are various bottles of water around, and they can, of course, be refilled. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to keep drinking. So thank you for the debate that we've had on the budget and the amendments. I'm going to move straight on to the rights of reply. I'm going to go. I'm actually going to go in order. I'm going to ask Councillor Bailey if you'd like a right of reply first. Then I will come to Councillor Hayward. Then I will come to Councillor Brazil, who seconded the Cabinet member's motion. And then I will come to the Cabinet member for Finance. And then we will do a vote. Hold on half a sec, someone's telling me.
Did you get Wilson?
I'm so sorry, Councillor Wilson, and also you, Councillor Wilson, a seconder, forgive me. Thank you. So can we start out with Councillor Bailey for your right of reply? You've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I welcome the £1 million for the library transformation. It's always good to have more money, but I question actually whether that's enough, because other councils are putting in 5 million over 5 years, but it's a good start, and I welcome the positive words from the portfolio holder, Councillor Codhunkin, and her clear passion for libraries and doing the best for our communities. In terms of the budget amendment, I also welcome the portfolio holder for finances clarification that 650,000 is being put into the proposed 650 reduction is being reversed through 200,000 to the book fund and 425,000 into library delivery. But I think that still leaves us with a bit of a dilemma in terms of a lack of clarity, because anybody looking at the Cabinet minutes, there's no reference to the deletion of budget efficiencies. And I think won't understand that it's not clear that those two sums are reversing that budget reduction. So I propose to continue putting forward the amendment to the budget on the understanding that it's not a duplication of the money that the finance portfolio holder has put in. Because I think if we don't put it forward, I just do not want to see budget efficiencies for 650 just sitting there kind of hanging forevermore in our budget book for 26-27. So I propose to go ahead with that, and I hope that it will be supported as a reflection that efficiency is not going to be taken this year. So, that's my right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. It seems only sensible and proper to ask Councillor Wilson, who seconded this, if you would like to speak now. Is it connect the two of you? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat what Councillor Bailey said, but I support everything that she said. Really, I just want to reference where I live, which is a remote coastal community town of Ilfracombe. The library is at the coalface of a lot of the community support that goes on in Ilfracombe, and obviously there's a lot of passion in my community to make sure that the library is protected long term and has a really sustainable future. So I do welcome the commitment to reversing the £650,000 budget line, and with the investment of 425,000 and the other monies. But I think there is still quite a lot of confusion, as has been mentioned, about what actually will happen and uncertainty that's been caused. I think there really needs to be a real positive bit of communication by County Council now about all the good things that we are proposing to do to help and support libraries, and we need to do that to actually counteract some of the misunderstandings that are out there, which are understandable, actually, given this line in the budget. So I just want to sum up by saying also that I'm really grateful to my colleagues in the Green and Independent group who first noticed this 650,000 efficiency line in I believe, the Sears Committee, and first brought it to attention to Cabinet in one of our recommendations. So yeah, to just end the worry and give lots of clarity, I just recommend that this line be removed from the budget book. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And just so that everybody knows, we will be voting on each amendment separately, and we will have a roll call, but I will go through that process shortly. Can I move to Councillor Hayward for your right of reply, please?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm very grateful for all members' feedback and comments. Obviously, you'll get to vote on it shortly. One thing that was said earlier, Councillor McGough, Councillor McGough, was very pertinent in that effectively we need, and I think Councillor Stevens alluded to it and others, we just need to make sure that as an authority we get every possible penny's worth of value. You know, we talk about best value. I've challenged that a little bit in my original speech, but we do. We just need to make sure, you know, just as I would, if I was in government, I would ask that every fuel bill at a petrol station shows that 58 pence of that money goes to the Treasury, just to hone into the public who wonder where their money goes. I would do the same for our council tax bills and our budget if I were in charge. I'm not, that's the executive. And I would show of the £610 million that we're spending, or actually the £2 billion we're spending, how much is going to the private sector? How much is going in profit to private companies profiting from child social care, adult social care? And all the things that have been said about being in, you know, being aware of it are true. The system means that that money goes into the private sector as profit. That's where taxpayers' money goes. I did have a fifth amendment earlier, which I tabled, and then at the advice of the MO and the Section 151 officer was withdrawn. But it's about asking the chairs of HATOC to convene with the cabinet member for highways, just to look at how highway spend is done. I believe, and I'm waiting for clarification, that is actually one of HATOC's terms of reference to scrutinise highway spend. So I'll be working with the cabinet member on that basis. In essence, now I suppose one other thing for Councillor Thomas, you mentioned, you know, that you're welcome to come to Axminster. I'd be grateful to. There's a pothole that was reported 2 weeks ago. For my reading of this document that we talked about, it should have been repaired 2 days later. At worst, 7 days later, it's still there. My colleagues in my office sent a picture of it to me a few minutes ago. So the system isn't working, but I'm happy to liaise with you to make sure it does work. That's what we all strive for. So my amendments stand. Obviously, members, please vote on them as your heart sees fit, thinking of the people of Devon, and effectively, remember, it's seeking a democratic mandate from residents. The government knows that most people will vote no. That's why they allow us to do it that way. It's a rigged game. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hayward. So, I'm going to move on to Councillor Brazil, who has seconded the motion proposed by the Cabinet Member for Finance. Councillor Brazil, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and yes, thank you to Angie and her team. I mean, fantastic job as per usual, and I know it's your last budget meeting here with us, but I'm sure there will be some other words said at a later time. But and also a massive thank you to James, Councillor Bukowski, and everything that he has done. You know, I do think that you have worked incredibly well with officers, and that has led to the formulation of this budget. And with that, I'd also like to thank all my fellow cabinet members and indeed members of scrutiny for everything that you have done in setting of this budget. I hope and that you feel that cabinet has listened to scrutiny meetings, and in particular, I'd like to say about libraries. And I appreciate what Councillor Bailey and Councillor Wilson have said about that they want to be absolutely sure and double check. But my understanding is that that 650,000 saving has already been reversed, and therefore we don't need the amendment. That's my opinion. And in fact, we've gone further than that. We put that £1 million aside to help with the transformation with libraries. And Councillor Cottle-Hunkin was very eloquently expressed what our desires are for libraries, and indeed, in fact, mirrors what Libraries Unlimited are trying to achieve about a community-led service, community up, not county down. And that's absolutely what we are trying to achieve, and that's why we put the money aside, so that we will help them have that transformation. And I don't think people should conflate the idea of the consultation, which will give us that flexibility, or I should say give Libraries Unlimited, or whoever running the service then, the flexibility to create that community-led service and that community hub service. And of course, that will, once we've got the consultation is finished, once we've seen it all, we will absolutely come up with a strategy that will lead us in what kind of service we want to see. And I hope that again, all members will involve themselves in that strategy document, which will be an important part for this council. We've talked a lot about roads, and rightly so. Like Councillor Thomas, I thank Councillor Hayward for your amendments. I don't agree, because I think that what we have actually done is put that extra funding in.
Councillor Brazil, I'm awfully sorry. Your time is up. I'm going to ask you just to.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sure.
One rule for everybody.
Yeah. No. Agreed. Just finally to say, can I just say that I have found this very heartwarming, this whole debate. I think we have done it the Devon way. John, I can call you John, don't know if I call you Councillor Hart. John was instrumental in creating that. Andrew has followed on with it. That we have done it the Devon way, that it's Devon first and party politics second, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. And if only they could follow our lead in another place, that maybe we'd actually get some things done in this country. But thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Brazil. I'm now going to hand you over to the Cabinet Member for Finance, the mover of the motion. Thank you. And you've got 10 minutes for this if you'd like.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody, all members, for your engagement this morning and this afternoon. It's been really great to see everybody getting excited and involved in finance. It's made my day. I am going to briefly respond to some of the points that have been raised, not all of them, you'll be pleased to hear. There have been a number of calls for greater accountability, increased transparency, and a stronger focus on value for money. I welcome that, and I am very happy to work constructively with the scrutiny and audit committees to strengthen our oversight and ensure that performance, delivery and financial discipline remains central to how we operate. As I said in my opening remarks, this is not simply about spending more, it's about spending well. It's about ensuring that every pound delivers measurable impact and that value for money underpins every decision we take. There have also been references to staffing levels. I think it's important to recognise that while some areas have required targeted workforce investment to stabilise the service, we are simultaneously reducing reliance on core agency or costly agency staff. That shift strengthens continuity, improves accountability and represents better long-term value for the taxpayer. There were a number of service-specific questions. These have all been recorded and we will arrange for the answers to be provided directly to members and published in full. In regards to the amendment proposed by Councillor Bailey, I firmly believe that the proposed amendment in relation to the libraries is unnecessary to achieve its stated aim. The £650,000 efficiency saving has already been reversed through the additional funding announced after the publication of the budget book. In addition, the budget before members includes a £1 million reserve to support library and rural hub transformation. These decisions will be clearly recorded in the minutes of this meeting, and if approved by full council, I am very happy to confirm in writing the library funding of over £7 million for next year, and that this core funding is separate to the establishment of a £1 million fund to support the transformation of libraries and rural hubs. So now let me speak plainly about what is being proposed with the first amendment that's been proposed by Councillor Hayward. This amendment asks Devon residents to consider accepting a further 5% increase in council tax on top of the 4.99% already proposed. This is effectively asking households to absorb close to a 10% increase in a single year. Council tax is not a progressive tax. It does not rise with income. It does not adjust with the ability to pay. Within the same banding, a household on a modest income pays the same as a household earning six figures. That is not equitable. It places a proportionally heavier burden on those with the least flexible financial flexibility. Pensioners, low-income families, working households already facing rising energy, food and housing costs. We must be honest about that. And this is not a one-off levy. If adopted, this increase becomes part of the base. It compounds year on year. It permanently increases the tax burden for every household in Devon. We're not talking about a temporary measure. We're talking about locking residents into a structurally higher council tax trajectory indefinitely. And we would be doing so by triggering a referendum at a cost of up to £2.5 million with no guarantee of success. I don't think there has ever been a successful council tax referendum. This is not responsible financial leadership. We cannot ask residents to shoulder a near double-digit increase in a cost of living climate, particularly when council tax is a regressive mechanism that impacts those least able to absorb it. If highways funding is structurally inefficient, and I accept that it has nationally been underfunded for years, the solution is to demand fairer funding from central government. It is not to disproportionately burden local households through a regressive local tax. Leadership means balancing urgency with fairness. This proposal fails that test. Moving to the other amendments relating to reserves. Under the original proposed budget, our general earmarked reserves are forecast to be just under 140 million at the end of 2027. For an organisation with a gross budget approaching £2 billion, that is not excessive. It is dangerously low. Some of those reserves are already earmarked for specific commitments, including managing the remaining 10% of the SEND deficit once government funds the 90% it has committed to. Others exist to protect us against demand surges, under-delivery of savings or budget shocks. A handful of complex children's placements can cost over £1 million each. Our external auditors have previously raised concerns about the level of our reserves. This council agreed a reserve strategy that includes contributions of at least £14 million per year across the medium-term financial plan. That strategy aligns with the advice from the Audit Committee and critically with the statutory Section 25 advice from our Chief Finance Officer. The amendments before us cut directly across that strategy. They counter to the Section 25 advice. They weaken our financial resilience at a time of significant volatility. They could materially increase the risk of a Section 114 notice, or at the very least, formal statutory intervention from our auditors. Reserves can only be spent once. Once they are gone, they are gone. The answer to structural underfunding is not to raid our reserves and leave this authority, and in turn Devon residents, in a precarious position. The answer is to continue to lobby government, to argue the case for fair funding for rural counties, and to demand better at a national level. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, before we move on to the votes on the amendments of the motion, I will remind members of how we're going to proceed. By law, all votes on the budget must be by a recorded vote, so nobody has to ask for that to happen. A recorded vote or a roll call, whichever you prefer. However, the process does take some time, as each of us will need to vote, be asked to respond to the request from Head of Democratic Services, what our vote is individually. So please do bear with the team And I would like to say chat amongst yourselves, but actually please don't, because we still need to be able to hear everybody really, really clearly. So I'm just going to hand over to the Director of Legal and Democratic Services, and please indicate your voting intention clearly by saying either for, against or abstain. When all of the votes have been cast for both the amendments and the motion, please can members wait quietly and presently just until the results are declared. I should quite like you to be quiet and patient always, but you know. We will then proceed until each of the next vote. And the Director for Legal and Democratic Services has some legal advice on the First Amendment, so I will hand directly over to the Director for Legal Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're just putting the amendments up on screen because there are a few, so I need you to be completely clear on what you're voting on. So we're going to deal with Councillor Hayward's amendments first, and we'll deal with them one at a time. In relation to Amendment 1, I just need to briefly advise you on the legal position regarding council tax proposals before you. So under Section 52ZB of the Local Government and Finance Act 1992, if the council proposes an excess increase, it exceeds the threshold set annually by the Secretary of State. As such, a referendum is legally required. And as Angie Sinclair clarified earlier, that's not our terminology, that's statutory terminology on the use of the word excessive. If such an increase is proposed, the law still requires the council to prepare a substitute calculation at a non-excessive level. These will automatically come into force if the referendum result is no. This duty is clearly outlined in national guidance, which confirms that authorities proposing an excess increase must produce these fallback figures. In this case, the original budget without the amendment would stand, subject to any further amendments, which you may agree or not. I'm going to go through now. The referendum itself must follow the statutory procedures set out in the 2012 referendum regulations, covering the publicity question and conduct of the poll. Members must know the council still has duty to set a balanced budget and lawful budget in all scenarios. You are therefore being asked to approve, within Amendment 1, both the proposed council tax level and the required substitute level, so the authority remains compliant whatever the referendum outcome. Subject to these considerations, it's lawful for you to proceed with recommendations before you. And you should have on screen now Councillor Hayward's Amendment 1. And which I'm just... Perfect.
It's worth clarifying that everybody has a copy in front of them on the
yes,
order paper.
You should all have a copy of the order paper in front of you, just with the amendments again to be completely clear. So I'm now going to call your names, and if you can just clearly say for me for, against or abstain, please. So Councillor Abbott.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Bell. Against. Councillor Bickley.
Against.
Councillor Biederman. Against. Councillor Brazil.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Buskowski.
Against.
Councillor Kearney.
Against.
Councillor Carson.
Against.
Councillor Clist. Councillor Connaught.
Against.
Councillor Connor. Against. Councillor Cottle-Hunkin. Councillor Andrea Davis.
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt? Councillor Davis, your microphone appears to be on and it means the others aren't working. Thank you. Easy done. We've all been there.
Yeah, we've recorded Councillor Davis. Councillor Sue Davies.
On now. Against.
Councillor Dawson.
Against.
Councillor Dempster.
Against.
Councillor Eade.
Against.
Councillor Fife Cook.
Abstain.
Councillor Fry.
Against.
Councillor Gent.
Against.
Councillor Hayward.
For.
Councillor Hill.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
Against.
Councillor Hookaway.
Against.
Councillor Hopley.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeffries.
Against.
Councillor Julian.
Against.
Councillor Youssef. Councillor Keeble. Councillor Keeling.
Against.
Councillor Ketchin.
Abstain.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Against.
Councillor Lever.
Against.
Councillor Lodge.
Against.
Councillor McGough.
Abstain.
Councillor Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Nash.
Abstain.
Councillor Rake.
Against.
Councillor Raleigh.
Abstain.
Councillor Richardson.
Against.
Councillor Rogers. Councillor Rousel.
Abstain.
Councillor Sellis.
Against.
Councillor Neil Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Tony Stevens.
Abstain.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Trail.
Against.
Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Vanstone.
Abstain.
Councillor Wainwright. Against. And finally, Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Thank you. If you just give us a moment.
You done it? Yeah.
Councillors, we have a result. The motion has not passed. Thank you. Do you want me to read the numbers out? Yeah, okay. So we have had 4 is 40. Sorry. 4 is 1. Against 44, abstentions 10. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll hand that back. So now we're going to move on to Councillor Hayward's second amendment. And I'll hand you over to the Director of Legal and Democratic Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So same procedure again. We've got Amendment 2 up on screen, and you should have it in your order papers. And if I can again ask just for a clear for, against or abstain. So Councillor Abbott.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Bell.
Against.
Councillor Bickley.
Against.
Councillor Biederman.
Against.
Councillor Brazil.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Bukowski.
Against.
Councillor Kearney. Councillor Carson.
Against.
Councillor Clist.
Against.
Councillor Connaught.
Against.
Councillor Connor.
Against.
Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
Against.
Councillor Andrea Davis.
Against.
Councillor Sue Davies. Councillor Dawson.
Against.
Councillor Dempster.
Abstain.
Councillor Eade.
Against.
Councillor Fife Cook.
Abstain.
Councillor Fry.
Abstain.
Councillor Gent. Councillor Hayward.
For.
Councillor Hill.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
Against.
Councillor Hookway.
Against.
Councillor Hopley.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeffries.
Against.
Councillor Julian.
Abstain.
Councillor Youssef. Councillor Keeble. Councillor Keeling.
Against.
Councillor Ketchin.
Abstain.
Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Lever.
Against.
Councillor Lodge.
Against.
Councillor McGough. Councillor Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Nash.
Abstain.
Councillor Rake. Councillor Raleigh.
Abstain.
Councillor Richardson. Councillor Rogers. Councillor Rosal.
Abstain.
Councillor Sellis. Councillor Neil Stevens.
4.
Councillor Tony Stevens.
Abstain.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Trail.
Abstain.
Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Vanstone.
Abstain.
Councillor Wainwright.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
And again, if you just give us a moment to count.
Okay, councillors, again we have a result. We have for this amendment 2 for, 39 against and 14 abstentions. So the motion has failed. Thank you. Handing you back to the Director of Legal and Democratic Services. Oops, thank you.
I'll answer to more or less anything. Thank you. So we're now going to deal with Amendment 3 of Councillor Hayward's, which is on screen and again in your order papers. And again, if I can just ask for a clear for, against or abstain, please. So Councillor Abbott.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Bell.
Against.
Councillor Bickley.
Against.
Councillor Biederman.
Against.
Councillor Brazil.
Against.
Councillor Brown. Abstain. Councillor Buszkowski. Sorry, I know I keep saying that wrong every time. Councillor Kearney.
Yes.
Councillor Carson.
Against.
Councillor Clist.
Against.
Councillor Connaught.
Against.
Councillor Connor.
Against.
Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
Against.
Councillor Andrea Davis.
Against.
Councillor Sue Davies.
Against.
Councillor Dawson.
Against.
Councillor Dempster.
Abstain.
Councillor Eade.
Against.
Councillor Five Cook.
Abstain.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Gent.
Abstain.
Councillor Hayward.
4.
Councillor Hill.
Against.
Councillor Hodgson.
Against.
Councillor Hookway.
Against.
Councillor Hopley.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeffries.
Against.
Councillor Julian.
Abstain.
Councillor Youssef.
Against.
Councillor Keeble.
Against.
Councillor Keeling.
Against.
Councillor Ketchin.
Abstain.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Against.
Councillor Lever.
Against.
Councillor Lodge.
Against.
Councillor McGough.
Abstain.
Councillor Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Nash.
Abstain.
Councillor Rake.
Against.
Councillor Raleigh.
4.
Councillor Richardson. Councillor Rogers. Councillor Rousel.
Abstain.
Councillor Sellis. Councillor Neil Stevens.
4.
Councillor Tony Stevens.
Abstain.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Trail. Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Vanstone.
Abstain.
Councillor Wainwright. Against. Councillor Wilson.
Against.
And again, just a moment.
Okay, here we go. So for this one, there was 3 for, as in 3 in favour, 38 against, and 14 abstentions. So the motion falls. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So we're now moving to Amendment 4 of Councillor Hayward's, which again is on screen. And I'll just start again. Clearly for a 4, against or abstain. So Councillor Abbott.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Bell.
Against.
Councillor Bickley.
Against.
Councillor Biederman.
Against.
Councillor Brazil.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Brown has had to leave for something she told me about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Buczkowski.
Against.
Councillor Kearney.
Against.
Councillor Carson.
Against.
Councillor Clist.
Against.
Councillor Connaught.
Against.
Councillor Connor.
Against.
Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
Against.
Councillor Andrea Davis.
Against.
Councillor Sue Davies. Councillor Dawson.
Against.
Councillor Dempster.
Against.
Councillor Eade.
Against.
Councillor Fife Cook. Councillor Fry.
Against.
Councillor Gent.
Abstain.
Councillor Hayward.
4.
Councillor Hill.
4.
Councillor Hodgson.
Against, sorry.
Councillor Hookway.
Against.
Councillor Hopley.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeffries.
Against.
Councillor Julian.
Abstain.
Councillor Youssef. Councillor Keeble.
Against.
Councillor Keeling.
Against.
Councillor Ketchin.
Abstain.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Against.
Councillor Lever.
Against.
Councillor Lodge.
Against.
Councillor McGough.
Abstain.
Councillor Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Nash.
4.
Councillor Rake.
Against.
Councillor Raleigh.
Abstain.
Councillor Richardson.
Abstain.
Councillor Rogers. Councillor Rousel.
Abstain.
Councillor Sellis. Councillor Neil Stevens.
4.
Councillor Tony Stevens.
Abstain.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Trail. Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Vanstone.
Abstain.
Councillor Wainwright. Against. Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Thank you.
Okay, so on this one we have 5. Are you listening? Great, lovely. We've got 5 in favour, 39 against and 10 abstentions. So again, this motion falls. Thank you. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair. If we can now move to Councillor Bailey's amendment, which I'll just get on screen. And exactly the same procedure again, please. So we're clear for, against or abstain. Councillor Abbott.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Bell.
Against.
Councillor Bickley.
Against.
Councillor Biederman.
Against.
Councillor Brazil.
Against.
Councillor Buczkowski.
Against.
Councillor Kearney.
Against.
Councillor Carson.
Against.
Councillor Clist.
Against.
Councillor Connaught.
Against.
Councillor Connor.
Against.
Is that against? Sorry. Thank you. Stop now. Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
Against.
Councillor Andrea Davis.
Against.
Councillor Sue Davies. Against. Councillor Dawson.
Against.
Councillor Dempster.
Against.
Councillor Eade.
For.
Councillor Fife Cook. Councillor Fry. Councillor Gent.
For.
Councillor Hayward.
Abstain, thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Abstain.
Councillor Hodgson.
For.
Councillor Hookway.
Against.
Councillor Hopley.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeffries.
Against.
Councillor Julian.
Abstain.
Councillor Youssef.
Against.
Councillor Keeble.
Against.
Councillor Keeling.
Against.
Councillor Ketchin.
For.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Against.
Councillor Lever.
Against.
Councillor Lodge.
Against.
Councillor McGough. Councillor Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Nash.
Abstain.
Councillor Rake.
Against.
Councillor Raleigh.
Abstain.
Councillor Richardson.
For.
Councillor Rogers.
Abstain.
Councillor Rosal.
For.
Councillor Salis. Councillor Neil Stevens. Councillor Tony Stevens.
For.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Trail. Councillor Tilsley.
Against.
Councillor Vanstone.
Abstain.
Councillor Wainwright.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
Thank you.
Okay, the result for this one is in favour are 12, against 33 and abstentions 9. So this motion has also fallen. Just as a matter of interest, you might have seen all sorts of scribbling going on up here. And actually what that's about is that we've got three officers taking records of all of the votes that we make so that they then add them up and then they compare just to make sure that it's all absolutely accurate. So it's something I didn't know about until I sat up here. So I thought I'd share that with you just as part of the process. Thank you. Okay. So you're still with you, aren't you? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So final vote on this matter now, and that's on the substantive motion from Councillor Buczkowski. And again, if I can ask you to now all vote, please. So first one, Councillor Abbott.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Bell.
4.
Councillor Bickley. 4. Councillor Biederman. Councillor Brazil. 4. Councillor Bukowski.
4.
Councillor Kearney. 4. Councillor Carson.
4.
Councillor Clist.
4.
Councillor Connaught.
4.
Councillor Connor. 4. Councillor Cottle-Hunkin. 4. Councillor Andrea Davis. 4. Councillor Sue Davies. Councillor Dawson. 4. Councillor Dempster.
4.
Councillor Eade.
4.
Councillor Five Cook.
4.
Councillor Fry. 4. Councillor Gent.
4.
Councillor Hayward.
4.
Councillor Hill.
Abstain.
Councillor Hodgson.
4.
Councillor Hookway.
4.
Councillor Hopley.
4.
Councillor Jeffries.
4.
Councillor Julian.
4.
Councillor Youssef. Councillor Keeble.
4.
Councillor Keeling.
4.
Councillor Ketchin. Councillor Ledbetter.
4.
Councillor Lever.
4.
Councillor Lodge.
4.
Councillor McGough.
4.
Councillor Mitchell.
4.
Councillor Morgan.
4.
Councillor Nash.
Abstain.
Councillor Rake.
4.
Councillor Raleigh.
4.
Councillor Richardson.
4.
Councillor Rogers. Councillor Rousel.
4.
Councillor Sellis. Councillor Neil Stevens. Councillor Tony Stevens.
4.
Councillor Thomas.
4.
Councillor Trail. Councillor Tilsley.
4.
Councillor Vanstone.
4.
Councillor Wainwright. 4. Councillor Wilson.
4.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Yeah. 5202. Yeah.
Okay, councillors. Could I have some quiet, please? Thank you. Okay, so the results for that are 52 in favour, 0 against and 2 abstentions. So the motion and the budget are passed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. I know the Cabinet Member for Finance wanted a few words afterwards, so over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to express thanks, and I think I'll do this on behalf of all members. I'll be bold to do that to officers across our organisation who have worked incredibly hard to do this budget. And within the last couple of weeks as well, the financial settlement come in very, very late, and officers pulled out the stops, working very late into the night, days off, missing family engagement. So I want to extend my thanks to officers across the organisation, particularly the senior finance team. They're up at the back there, and we've also got some apprentices with us as well, learning the dark art of politics. My final thank you is going to be to our 151 officer, not just for this budget, but also this is your final county council budget. 18 so far, is it? 18. Our 151 officer is retiring in March, so this is their last full council meeting as well. So I'd like to express thanks on behalf of the membership and give you a round of applause for everything you've done, not just for the organisation, but for Devon as well.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much, James, for those kind words. It really is much appreciated, and thank you for thanking the team across Devon. I've been lucky to be surrounded by a fantastic team, not only in finance and public value, but across the organisation, and of course our senior leadership team as well. But thank you very much for your appreciation. I wish you all well. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, we're going to move on to agenda item 11 in just a moment. And thank you to staff, senior, new, every level who have come along to listen to the debate today. Thank you. Okay. So, the agenda item 11 is the framework decision on the pay policy statement. The pay policy statement is a framework decision which requires approval by Council. I call on Councillor Brazil to formally move the adoption of Minute 126 of the Appointments, Remuneration and Chief Officer Conduct Committee of 20th of January 2026, that the pay policy statement for 2026-27, which was attached to the agenda, and the consequential changes to the Council's constitution be approved. I believe there is a seconder who is Councillor Arnott. So,
happy to move, Chair.
And happy to second.
Thank you. Thank you. This matter has the agreement, had agreement at the committee. So can we move straight to the vote, or does any other member wish to speak? Nope. Okay, lovely. In which case, we're going to take the vote, which is not a roll call one, I believe. We can just indicate by showing our hands, which is a quicker method, certainly. So, all those in favour of approving? Okay. I think that looks like a majority. Those against? Any abstentions? Okay. So that's clearly carried. Thank you very much, Council. So, moving on to agenda item 12, Cabinet Member Report. The Leader of the Council is the only member who is due to report at this meeting, and I will shortly invite Councillor Brazil to speak and present his report, which has been circulated in advance of this meeting. I will then invite other members to speak next, and or indeed to ask questions on the content of the report and presentations, and then the leader will speak up again to sum up after all the questions and points have been made by other members of the council. Okay, so if you would like to move into the well. And when you're ready, if you'd like to present your report, Councillor Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and my report has been circulated, so hopefully all members have had the opportunity to read that. And so I'll be very brief, because we've been here a long time and we might be here sometime still. So just to say, for me, one of the first things that we wanted to do with the new administration was to rebuild that partnership with our schools, because unfortunately, and sometimes quite rightly, but sometimes wrongly, that relationship was not as good as it should be, and we had not done as well as we could do, and we needed to rebuild that. So we've started on that journey, and indeed I should say that the previous administration had also started on that journey, and we're continuing that and trying to do it at pace. So I think that it's a positive move. We had a very good meeting with many schools. I think there were 250 educationalists from across the sector in Devon at a meeting about inclusion, and I have to say that the general feeling of that was excellent. So that's good news, so that's one of it, our partnership with schools, absolutely a top priority. The second one, and I mentioned it there, is about inclusion. And we've employed a special advisor on inclusion, and it mirrors very much what the government is trying to do, and that is to increase our inclusion capacity in our schools. So we will be looking to mirror what they want us to do, and that is to provide an inclusion hub in every single school. And I think that's the right thing to do, so that our young people who desperately need our support and help will get that as closer to home and in their localities and not have to be transported elsewhere to alternative provision, sometimes out of county. And as Councillor Hayward was saying in some of his remarks about the fact that we don't want to be paying private sector companies extortionate fees to look after our most vulnerable children. It's a terrible thing that they do that. And we must stop that profiteering. So that all helps with that. Can I just say, the SEND white paper came out yesterday, so we haven't quite analysed it enough. We're waiting for the details. But again, that is all about how we can increase, I mean, from what we hear, and there's £4 billion up front from government, that we will use that to invest in our schools so that they can deliver that kind of specialist education that young children with SEND require. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. And so we are hand in glove with government in what they're trying to achieve with that. And we will support them in any way we can to achieve their goal. Another area where we're looking at, and that is post-16. Post-16 education provision in Devon is becoming centralised. We are losing many of our post-16 capacity across the county. It's centralising, particularly here in Exeter. Not necessarily a bad thing, but we want to make sure that everyone can access those facilities. It's very disappointing that, as we've seen with the Tarka line, that children travelling from Barnstaple down to Exeter have been so inconvenienced by the lack of investment in train infrastructure that we so desperately need here in Devon. But I think also along that, I was delighted to see in the budget that we're putting in extra funding to support our needs. So that's not in education, employment or training. Young people, they are our future, and we must give them every opportunity to aspire to achieve what they can do. And so that's, I think that's an absolute priority as far as schools are concerned. And finally, it's a wish of mine, and that is that we look to increase the capacity of school nurses and indeed mental health provision within our schools. At the moment, it's slightly sporadic, and I think that that's something that we should be looking to increase. Can't say I've got 100% support necessarily that that's the best way to spend our money as far as the experts are concerned, but I think it's something that we will find a way and that will achieve it. And just finally to say, it's a strong belief of mine that many of the problems that we have in this country, and we talk about economic growth, and we talk about exclusion, and we talk about hostility and hate and things like that. And that a lot of it is due to lack of education and the lack of investment by government in young people. If government invested in our young people properly, then we would reap the benefits. Not immediately, and that's part of the problem, that they don't see immediate and they want to see it there and then because that's our electoral cycle. But we need to, as a country, I think, to take forward this idea of investing in our young children, and then in 5-10 years' time, we will see the benefits, because they are our future. They are the people that will be competing in a global market, and we should give them the best start possible. And that's certainly what we intend to do here in Devon. So I'll leave it with that. Happy to take any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. I have, at the moment, Councillor Bell, followed by Councillor, let me just write these down so I don't miss anybody, Tilsley, I don't know who was first, so, I mean, forgive me, it's just going to be random order, but just make sure I get everybody. I've got Councillor Wilson, Councillor Hodgson, some over here, Councillor Julian, Councillor Fife-Cook. Anybody that I have missed? No, not lovely. Okay, so these are questions on the report that Councillor Brazil has given, and if you could keep your questions or comments to that, that would be hugely helpful. Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Brazil, for the really lovely report. Two very quick comments. One of them, of course, is the Bronson Learning Network, which is 6 schools, one of which is in Councillor Davis' division. Went smartphone free in September, and it'd be fantastic for you to come up and visit and see the actual benefit that's had to secondary and primary education when you have time to do so. I know it's a long way, but we do have the best chip shop. The other point was, of course, with regards to your excellent point on school nurses, and I really support what you're saying there. It's come to my conclusion that the RCN would recommend one school nurse for every 2,500 students. That's almost impossible to achieve. I think, whereas we want to achieve this as a county, this is a national issue. And I think across the country, we do not have enough school nurses. We have nurses who want to be school nurses and get that sweet, sweet holiday time. But we do not have enough. I think, as well as our own efforts, we need to take this up with our MPs.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Tilsley.
Thank you, Chair. A quick question from me. I very much welcome the direction that we're moving in with children's services, and especially the relationship with schools. It looks like it's improving, so thank you, and very well done. I'm keen to see it continue to improve. This school's white paper, mentioned, just published, hadn't had a chance to go through yet. I've had a read of it over my cornflakes. They have announced, the central government, £4 billion in funding, which sounds like a large number. If it was evenly distributed to schools, that wouldn't even cover one extra teacher for schools. Schools are expected to become inclusive hubs, suddenly be able to cater for all needs, and they can't even be funded one more teacher. On top of that, in this white paper, the government have committed to phasing out education, health and care plans by 2030, except for the most in-need students. They expect that number to come down by a factor of 10. It's the EHCPs that bring the funding into schools. This school's white paper represents a funding cut for schools, but an expectation raising. I very, very much appreciate the direction that we're going in, and that we are working, as you said, hand in glove with the school, working with the government over our inclusion strategy. But at the moment, we cannot meet that inclusion strategy. What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tilsley. Next is Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a comment on Councillor Brazil's really good report. I just want to thank you for the team for the work in Ilfracombe on the NEET young people. It's really encouraging to see the progress being made because of this pilot project. And I just look forward to see it being rolled out in other parts of Devon. And I also have another bit of good news for Ilfracombe's young people, in that we've just managed to start a youth club in Ilfracombe. It's just been announced in the last couple of days. So that's another great thing for young people in Ilfracombe. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, my point was actually similar to what Councillor Tilsley said earlier, because I heard on Radio 4 this morning, they said that actually is going to work out about £24,000 per school. And that's really barely going to cover a teacher. So I don't think that the big promise is going to roll out quite, unless they're going to do the distortion like we've seen with the council, allocations of core funding, and we end up with even less. I just think we need to be aware of that information and be ready to kind of try and look for more to come in to actually make it properly supported, rather than just something that doesn't work before it starts.
Thank you. Councillor Julian.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Brazil, I think that's very good. I mean, I haven't asked you to go to Bideford to the school to help the youth there, but you're absolutely right. In North Devon, Holsworthy, Bideford, absolutely abysmal service for buses, and especially the rail line. The rail line, that we could have a vein that runs over to Barnstable, so the youth can get to Exeter or whatever, so they can do their apprenticeships and broaden their skills.
Point of order, Councillor Biederman.
Sorry, Councillor Julian, but I thought we were on an education report.
Thank you. Yeah,
It is.
Councillor Julian, may I speak, please, as chair? Could you, we're not talking about public transport at this point particularly, so I wonder if you could just keep your comments or questions to in response to Councillor Brazil's report. Thank you.
Yes, to help with the schools then, really basically, so they can get about, really basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Julian. Councillor Fife-Cook.
I'm not going to thank you, Councillor Brazil, because I think you get enough thanks anyway.
And I'm afraid, Councillor Fife-Cook, when you move away from that, we cannot hear you. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll speak louder. I totally agree with you about education. Of course, it's the best thing to move society on. So I'll ask you a question here, because I'm not a teacher. So my attitude is we need children to be at school to educate them. So I was just looking at the figures here about suspensions on page 53, if you've got it in front of you. And I've looked at the figures. Devon seems to excel a little bit at this. Is there and it's just a serious question, is there a reason why so many children don't want to go to school? Seriously, just as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fife-Cook. Unless anybody else sticks their hand up immediately, I will be passing back to Councillor Brazil to respond and sum up. I see no more hands. So, Councillor Brazil, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. And there were two specific questions there. One of them was really a comment around the funding, around the SEND white paper and the EHCP, and I understand what you're saying. I just think it would, there is extra money. Let's see what the details are, because I think it would be churlish just to say, well, this isn't any good. It's to say it's better than nothing is probably too flippant a word. But I think this is a start. And, I have to say that having met the Families and Young Persons Minister, and indeed the civil servant up at Westminster, and indeed he came down here to the inclusion conference I was talking about, I do have a lot of confidence that these are not career politicians or civil servants. These are people who are in it for absolutely the right reasons, trying to achieve what we want to achieve. So I do have confidence in them, and I think that we should be trying to help them and support them, rather than to just say, well, that isn't enough, and so that would be my approach to it. If in a year or so time we're not getting the kind of funding that we need and it's not working, then absolutely, I think that's right. Councillor Fife, thank you for that. I think he was thanking me when you couldn't hear him. No, just to say, look, if there was an easy solution, then we would do it. But I think it's absolutely something, and I know that Councillor Biederman in children's scrutiny, it's something that we need to look at, because absenteeism, exclusions, part-time timetables are all issues where Devon is unfortunately not performing as well as we should do, and we need to work out how we can do that better. And that's all part of the journey that we're on, is in improvement. I think that let's see where the trajectory goes. But I think absolutely, as far as children's scrutiny are concerned, absenteeism and home, a lot of children are now being educated at home, and I'm sure that's probably fine in some cases, but in others it's absolutely not. And so we need to do better. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brazil.
Sorry, just one thing. I just wanted to thank Councillor Fry about the Promise School. Absolutely, I was going to raise it here, but you were very eloquent, and I totally echo your sentiments there. And I know that unfortunately, I was going to say James isn't here. I can't remember his surname now. Granger, yeah, Granger is not here with us, and please, I mean, I spoke to him yesterday on the phone, and I assured him that Devon County will be doing everything we can to support Dartmoor Academy Trust and to reassure the community, to reassure the parents, to reassure the pupils, and to try and make the best of what is obviously quite a serious incident there. So, but thank you for raising that.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 13, minutes of committees. There are no committee minutes called for debate. Therefore, can I first, as chair of the Procedures Committee, move the minutes of the meeting of the 5th of February 2026. I need the Council to approve minute 101 relating to the recommendations of the report of the Independent Members Allowance Remuneration Panel for 2026 and 2027 and the endorsement of the Procedures Committee. The revised scheme would take effect from May 2026 and the recommendations are outlined in full in the minutes of the meeting. I will now ask the Director of Legal and Democratic Services to remind members of the guidance and dispensation on this issue.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to remind all members that there is a general dispensation. I think I've already mentioned it today. This is in place to permit you to speak and vote in any debate on the setting of allowances. This is in accordance with Part 3 of the County Council's Constitution, responsibility for functions and scheme of delegation, that all members and co-active members of the Council shall not be regarded as having a disclosable pecuniary interest or a DPI, as defined in the Council's Code of Conduct. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So this matter had a good debate at the Procedures Committee, really quite a long debate, but I now ask if anyone wishes to speak on this matter. Councillor Connett, thank you.
Chairman, simply to move is set out.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Sorry, Councillor Thomas, thank you. And all those in favour? Okay, any against? Any abstentions? Okay. You've got two over there. Yep. Thank you. That's clearly carried. Second, the Council is asked to approve minute 103 relating to the approval of the protocol for responding to supplementary questions raised by councillors and members of the public at council and cabinet meetings and updating relevant documentation accordingly. The protocol sets out an expectation of an acknowledgement within 5 working days and a full response or interim update, if more time is needed, within 10 working days. All those in favour? Okay. Any against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's clearly carried. Thank you very much. I also move all committee minutes listed on the agenda in accordance with Standing Order 13. Oh gosh, I've got this, I'm a little confused why this is here. These words. Am I agreeing this or am I agreeing that? Sorry, hang on a sec.
Just read them out, Chair, and ask the Council if that's agreed. You're moving all the other committee minutes that are listed on the agenda en masse.
Right, well, that's in plain person's language. I'm now going to move all the committee minutes listed in the agenda so that we can approve those en masse. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Ketchin, thank you. So, all those in favour? All those against? All those abstentions, please. Okay, clearly carried. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, and just for those people watching online who maybe haven't read the minutes, This relates to the School Transport Appeals Committee held on the 1st of December 2025, 5th of January 2026 and 2nd of January 2026. The Investment and Pension Fund Committee of the 5th of December 2025. The Appointments, Remuneration and Chief Officer Conduct Committee of 20th January 2026, excluding Minute 126, which was dealt with earlier. The Development Management Committee held on the 4th of February 2026. Health and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Committee held on the 2nd of December 2025 and 26th of January 2026. Children's Scrutiny Committee held on the 22nd of January 2026. Corporate Infrastructure and Regulatory Services Committee held on 28th of January 2026. Lovely, all done, thank you. So, where are we now? So, it is now 3:30. The last section of this meeting is about motions. We have up to 2 hours. Thank you, Councillor Youssef, thank you. We have up to 2 hours to talk about this. Now, the meeting was scheduled 11 till 3 o'clock. Obviously, as a budget meeting, it's unsurprising that it has gone on a bit longer than anticipated. And can I thank all of you for having kept your comments brief and to the point as much as it's possible to do with a budget. So, if I am minded to give this 2 hours, unless I hear rebellion amongst the ranks here, that people want it to be shorter. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do? Hang on, half a sec.
If it's the wish of the council, you may want to sort of say maybe 5 o'clock. There's only 2 motions coming back, and most movers of the new motions have asked for them to be referred, so an hour and a half should be sufficient. But it's obviously your call, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, that's really helpful. I hope you all heard that. What I'm going to propose is, as we just have the 2 that are coming back that have already been to Cabinet, and the others should normally be referred straight to Cabinet, rather than the 2 hours, we're going to go for an hour and a half. So we're going to aim to finish at 5, if that's all right. And all I can say is I know we're all going to enjoy the traffic coming out of Exeter. I'm sorry, Councillor Beedman, I don't know what you're saying.
Sorry, I shouldn't have shouted that. No, I said we can all wander into Exeter and join the Ukrainians in Bedford Square.
Indeed, that's a very good call. Thank you very much. Okay, so agenda items 14 to 21, notices of motion. So we're going to go for a 5 o'clock finish. Okay, so before we start, can I have everyone's attention while I state the process and order of the debate that we will now follow? I will first ask the mover of the original motion to speak. They will have 7 minutes to introduce their motion and also respond to the Cabinet's recommendation, which has been printed on the order paper for this meeting. The seconder of the original motion will then be asked if they wish to comment, or they can reserve their right to speak later. The leader will be asked to move the Cabinet minute and the deputy leader to second. I will then ask the mover of the original motion if they accept the Cabinet recommendation. If they do, the accepted wording becomes the substantive motion and the debate will commence, with the leader having the right of reply. If they do not, the leader will be asked to speak and to explain the Cabinet's recommendation. The seconder, which will be the deputy leader, can speak at this point or reserve their right to speak later if they choose. I will then open the debate, inviting any other member to speak. Okay? After the debate, I will ask the leader to sum up and the council to vote on the Cabinet minute. If the vote is lost on the Cabinet minute, the original motion becomes open for debate and the usual rules of debate apply. If this is carried, there are two options. The Council either votes on the Cabinet minute as the substantive motion, or if there is to be an amendment, then it should be submitted at this point. This must be seconded, and the seconder can speak at this point or reserve their right to speak later. A further debate will take place with the mover of the further amendment having the right of reply after the debate. A vote will then be taken on that amendment. If lost, the motion reverts back to the Cabinet minute, and further amendments can, of course, be submitted. If the vote is carried, this becomes the substantive, and the Council either votes or further amendments can be submitted. I'm sure that's all as clear to us all as it is. Yes, anyway. Now for some general reminders. The Council must only debate one amendment at a time. When submitting amendments, they must relate to the motion. It can refer the matter to a Cabinet, to a committee, leave out words, insert or add others, but must not introduce, bless you, a substantially new proposal or give effect into the opposite, direct opposite of what was proposed in the original motion. The Chair, understanding orders, will determine how much time will be permitted, up to maximum for 2 hours. We've agreed basically about an hour and a half. I intend to allow that hour and a half. However, if we're getting to the end of that hour and a half, we'll see how it goes and see how we get through. I'll deal with that then. It may be that if we're running out of time, that I just ask us to speed up and ask for those motions that have not yet been referred to Cabinet, just to go through that really quickly without them being introduced by the movers. As a final reminder, when speaking in the debate, comments, questions and representations should be factual and should not include any personal comments or details of any other individuals, including names. It also goes without saying that statements should not contain any offensive language or vexatious comments, and if inappropriate comments are made, I will ask the speaker to stop. Okay, so, agenda item 14. One door for Devon, cost of living in rural and coastal communities. In accordance with item 14, the Council is asked to consider its response to the notice of motion on One Door for Devon cost of local living in coastal and rural and coastal communities, previously referred to Cabinet, shown as Cabinet Minute 172(A). Councillor Rogers submitted the original motion. Will you please address the Council covering your original motion and the Cabinet's recommendation? You have up to 7 minutes. 7 minutes is not compulsory.
Thank you, Chair, Cabinet members, officers and councillors. Thank you for the collaborated efforts in bringing my motion here today. I want to acknowledge my support as a postmaster and pay respect to fellow postmasters throughout Devon who serve the most vulnerable in our society. And we recognise that postmasters are going through a tough time with the issues they face with the historic scandal post office have faced us with. But it's important that you realise postmasters are the hub of every community. I acknowledge the minor amendments and I thank the Cabinet member for working with me and officers for their support in democratic services and officers within Devon County Council, because the motion is really important. Rural communities feel they're forgotten in Devon. I know they're not, we know they're not. We've got to demonstrate to rural communities they're not forgotten, because the reality is it's harder in a rural community. The sad reality is the cost of living crisis is hurting families. and I'm having to use my community budget to support social supermarket, food banks and community fridges, as we all probably do. But people are really struggling to put tea on their table, and it's really struggling to feed themselves and support others. Within Ashburton and Buckfastleigh division, we have two social supermarkets, food banks and a community fridge that are inundated with requests and are constantly empty, because keeping those services full is really important to the volunteers. I want to pay respect to the volunteers who support those facilities and keep them sure they're well stocked and provisioned so people have a choice, otherwise they would not eat in their family home. I think that's important to acknowledge. I'm humbled that I was invited to the Plymouth Bridge project last week, 2 weeks ago, and what I'm identifying is this food is costing people money, and if you are using a social supermarket, you can get scale. I invite the Cabinet member to the bridge in Plymouth to see how we could demonstrate scale within my motion, so we can provide food at good value to support vulnerable people. Breakfast clubs are now a reality, I think, throughout Devon. Holiday hunger is a reality throughout Devon. We have to consider within this motion how we can get to the most vulnerable people in the rural and coastal communities. I'm grateful to the Councillor Carson, for who I couldn't make the last meeting because I had to get back to serve in the post office, for taking my motion forward and the work subsequently carried on to bring here today. It's really important that we put ourselves in the eyes and places of vulnerable people who are digitally excluded, who can't afford to do things, and I urge this motion to get to the media who people don't go online. The reality is digital exclusion is a reality in Devon, cost of living is a reality, and we have to think about how we get to the media, and I thank the comments of the corporate press team for helping us drive this motion through so people can really see how to support them. I think that's really important. The motion is there important because we have to demonstrate money is challenging, but we can see what we can do within the pilots to see how we can work collaboratively across Devon, the organisations and the trusted partners who work within Devon to support our needs of our most vulnerable in our county. So I ask for your support to work out how we can get support for the most vulnerable through the organisations who represent and try and support them. Rural provision is really important. Now, I know it's going to cost money, and we have to think about how we can use best value to get more services to those vulnerable communities who feel nobody cares within Devon. I know we care, you know we care, and we just have to demonstrate through this initiative how we can demonstrate what practical things can be done to demonstrate that we care for our people in Devon. Acknowledging and formally declaring we have a cost of living crisis is really important. Residents are living through the cost of living crisis. We have to think about how can we get practical steps to support measures to help them deal with that cost of living crisis. Drawing on data, and I'm grateful to officers who've made data available so we can target resource that is available to support those vulnerable communities. I know in my own patch we have vulnerable communities. I think it's really important how we work across the council to make sure we're not missing anyone off on the vulnerable communities. We have to trust partners, and we are so reliant on our partners within our county, and struggling partners need our support, and we have to be available. I ask the Cabinet member to work with her on how we collaboratively support across the council, working with those partners so we don't miss anyone out. My worry is that we'll miss people out. They're not online, they're not connecting to the internet, either because they haven't got internet or they can't afford to connect to internet. We have to work out how we can get those people included in what we need to do. I want to acknowledge the Youth Council. I met the Youth Council with colleagues in November, and acknowledging we're listening to them and the working group, that I certainly recognise they're not forgotten in this, and understand how the Youth Council can help us demonstrate working collaboratively can support the most vulnerable in Devon is really important. And I want to finally end by thanking for all members to support my motion, because it should be party neutral, it shouldn't be political. We just need to work out how we're going to support the most vulnerable in our county. Thank you for the honour to time to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Does the second, I believe Councillor Carson is seconding. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
I'd like to speak now, Chair, if I may.
You certainly may, and you have up to 5 minutes. Okay. Again, it's not a target. Thank you.
It's not obligatory. Thank you. Thank you to Councillor Rogers, who received the British Empire Medal for services to communities and post offices. He continues to engage directly with people subject to rural poverty. I recollect John Hart's wise words. We are here to look after the young, the old, and the vulnerable. We all fitted into the young category once, hopefully the old, and sometimes the vulnerable. It is vital our rural communities are fully reached to serve all our Devon residents. With the UK government showing heavy bias to large metropolitan areas, our rural centres are further underfunded. I wholeheartedly support Councillor Rogers for his commitment to Devon and thank everyone across this chamber striving for the betterment of rural financial support. Our one door is hugely important to the success of our rural way of life. From an LGR point of view, the more boundaries that are created, the harder it will be to keep that one front door open. Digital poverty in this age of advancing automation of our lives is exposing wider gaps in economic sustainability and causes greater social isolation. The storm damage of the A379 is an example of how fragile the rural way of life in Devon can be. Climate change is a huge risk to rural connectivity as our roads continue to deteriorate faster than they can afford to be repaired. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carson. So, Leader, you get to speak next. You will first move the Cabinet's recommendation, I've got brackets, the amendment, on the notice of motion as outlined on the order paper, followed by your seconder, who is, I believe, Councillor Arnott. Thank you. Council should note that Cabinet agreed to strengthen and expand on its response to this notice of motion, and that this amended version is outlined on the order paper. Thank you. Councillor Brazil.
Yeah, happy to move the Cabinet recommendations.
I'm a little confused about this, so I believe I'm asking Councillor Arnott now to second. Yep.
Yes, second. Speak briefly now, Chair, or later?
Not
bothered? It's only very brief.
I don't mind, whichever.
Yeah, well, okay, just to say thank you very much for Councillor Rogers and Councillor Carson for bringing this forward. There was a good discussion at Cabinet the other day. I'm really pleased that one of the actions we're going to take from this is to refer this into the Devon and Torbay Combined County Authority, because what we need above all else is, it's fine words, but we need delivery methods as well, and that could be one of them. Thank you very much. I formally second.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Okay. I'm now going to ask Councillor Rogers whether you accept the Cabinet's recommendation.
Chair, I accept and look forward to working with the Cabinet to take this forward so we can demonstrate to residents we care.
And I guess I should also check with your seconder whether you're still happy to second that.
I'm happy to second that, Chair. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so the Cabinet minute is now the motion on the table for debate, and I open the floor for debate. So does any other member wish to speak on this item? Please, I've got Councillor Hodgson, Ketchin, Cottle-Hunkin. Any others? Okay, I think that's it. Lovely. So let's start out with Councillor, I actually can't read my writing, Hodgson. Yes, lovely, thank you.
I'll be very brief. I just wanted to say two things. One is I think this is a really important motion. I think it recognises the challenges for people in rural communities, and as we know, with our funding being so depleted and things like public services, including public transport, it's quite difficult for a lot of people living in rural areas. But the other thing I was going to say was, we're looking at LGR now. We're looking at what, as we move forward and we understand what the government's decision will be on which form the unitary will be, I think that's where somewhere we can be minded of what's in this motion, to bear that in mind in terms of how we make it easier and simpler for people to access services, and the one-stop shop, things like this, are something very important. And I just, in terms of Councillor Rogers as the postmaster, I think post office is really central to that very special role in rural communities, and I think it's a real shame that so many have been cut away over the decades, let alone what Horizon has recently done to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Ketchin.
I feel a bit less positive about this. I'll just note, acknowledge, continue, consider, and then recognise. This seems so toothless. I think it's a little bit of a sad document to come to Council. I think rural communities do deserve support. I think this could have been an opportunity to produce something that had teeth, and I won't be supporting this because I just don't think it says anything, and I feel it's something that maybe should come back again when it's got more teeth, that's how I feel.
Thank you. And moving on to Councillor Cottle-Hunkin, please.
Okay, thank you. I want to begin by saying that I very much welcome this notice of motion from Councillor Rogers and his ongoing collaborative working on rurality. As members will know, this new council administration is the first time Devon County Council has ever specifically designated a cabinet portfolio holder for rural affairs, sending a clear message that we fully recognise that Devon is a large, dispersed and predominantly rural county with challenges that require dedicated attention. It's absolutely true that delivering services in a county like Devon costs more and is more complex. Distances are greater, transport is harder, digital connections are patchier, services are being withdrawn and people often have to travel much further for even the basic needs. Yet none of this is reflected fairly in the funding received from government. It isn't fair and it leaves many of our rural residents at a disadvantage before they even start. This is something I'm determined to keep raising at every level. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the excellent work already being done by officers across the council. Our partner organisations recognise this too. They have told me directly how much they value the dedication, commitment and passion that officers bring to supporting rural and coastal communities. I want that appreciation to be heard publicly, and I'm grateful for everything they do. We also know that poverty in rural areas is often hidden. Government data sets that rely heavily on averages can completely mask the true picture of rural poverty, isolation, fuel costs and digital exclusion. That is why I'm part of Devon's Rural Nested Deprivation Group, established last year, a partnership focused on understanding how rural disadvantage is actually experienced on the ground. We're committed to developing a fuller place-based understanding of rurality in Devon, and that means working collaboratively with members across all parties, with district councils, the voluntary sector, the NHS, businesses, and of course with communities themselves. I welcome the recommendations to test and learn new approaches, because what works on Dartmoor may not be what works in a remote coastal village or a small market town. Pilots will allow us to test, learn and grow what genuinely makes a difference. I also want to be clear that I am constantly lobbying on rural issues, on fair funding, on the true cost of delivering services in rural areas, on broadband and digital access, on transport, working closely with Councillor Hodgson, and on ensuring that national policy reflects the lived experience of rural residents. Devon should not be penalised for being rural, it should be properly supported. We must look through a rural lens at everything we do, in every policy discussion, in every strategy, in every service redesign. We must ask, what does this mean for our deprived rural areas? Who might be left behind and how do we ensure they're not? This is especially relevant in response to the library consultation as set out in Cabinet's recommendations, and especially with the 1 million reserve that has been set aside to support transformation, which explicitly acknowledges rural hubs. So I welcome the recommendations and the focus on collaboration, innovation and strengthening the voice of rural Devon, and I look forward to working closely with members and partners as we continue our shared ambition to improve living standards, strengthen local services and champion the needs of communities across this beautiful but too often overlooked rural county. So thank you again to Councillor Rogers for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fife-Cook.
All right, rural problems. I know it's difficult for people to understand. I still know people who use well water, don't have electricity, and it's quite interesting when people come around and promise them broadband. I do find that rather strange. We have a tremendous resource in Devon, from coastal to Dartmoor to rural, and I think we're not taking advantage of it. I think the fact is we had better transportation, better communication, things would improve dramatically, especially for the young in rural areas, and that's where the real problem is. We're losing the young from rural areas. We're ending up with the demographics of old people. That destroys our villages because the shops, the pubs, all close. Now, we've been waiting 18, 20 years. I've lived in my village for 40 years. And it used to be a thriving village. We used to have carnivals, goodness knows what. But the demographics has changed so dramatically. And I do think that we have to look more seriously at this than really just touch the surface. So I'm always going to support Councillor Rogers because I know his heart's in the right place, and I just hope that we can look at something a little bit more seriously about country affairs and try and get something achieved instead of keep promising people things and never happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this one? Nope. Okay. In which case, I will invite the leader to speak on the Cabinet's recommendation, please. Councillor Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Very little to add. I think it's all been said. Just to endorse the thanks to Councillor Rogers for bringing this motion forward. You know, it's absolutely, we need to keep this on the agenda. So thank you.
Thank you. Does the Deputy Leader wish to speak? Nope. Okay. We've had the debate, so I'm going to now move to the votes on this one. So all those in favour of accepting this motion? Okay. All those against? Any abstentions? Okay. I've got a couple noted. Yep. Lovely. Clearly carried. Thank you very much indeed for that. Okay. So, now, that becomes the substantive motion. So I will move straight to another vote unless any other member wishes to move an amendment. Nope. Okay. So, we're now voting on the Cabinet minute as the substantive motion. So, yeah, okay, so that's fine. So I think I'm just doing all those in favour again. Am I? Yes, I am. Good. Those against? Abstentions, please. Okay, and again, 2 abstentions. Okay, so that's clearly carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to move us on to agenda item 15. So this is safeguarding standards and oversight in publicly funded services. In accordance with item 15, the Council is asked to consider its response. Sorry, Councillor Bell?
Thank you. Sorry, I've already discussed with Maria. I'm declaring a personal and pecuniary interest on grounds of my professional registration.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Bell. So, Councillor Bell is okay to stay in the room, to vote, to debate?
Having spoken to Councillor Bell, I think he's already taken the decision not to vote on this matter. I was just going to provide some general advice to members, so I think I would have a couple of questions just in relation to declarations of interest for people who work in safeguarding as part of your responsibilities in a job role. I'm very clear that that is not a disclosable pecuniary interest. There's no financial interest in this motion at all. At best, there will be a personal interest, and that really is a matter for the member. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so this notice of motion on the safeguarding standards and oversight in publicly funded services has previously been referred to Cabinet, shown at Cabinet Minute 172 brackets B. So we've just heard from the Director of Legal and Democratic Services. Any other declarations of interest anyone wants to make? No? Okay. So Councillor Hill, who is the mover of the original motion, will you please address the Council covering your original motion and the Cabinet's recommendation? You have up to 7 minutes. And again, this is not a compulsory 7 minutes. Thank you.
Members, this motion was born out of an event that was held in a Devon County Council owned building by an organisation that is funded by Devon County Council. At the event that myself and Councillor Nash attended, we witnessed a model of a penis that people could practice putting a condom on in an area that was frequented by children. In fact, it was right next to the children's drawing area and on the entrance to the event. In addition to this, we witnessed an open mic session that was so loud that we estimate the decibel level to be in excess of 80 decibels, which is the health and safety standard for a workplace. On the open mic session, foul language was used that I would not be able to use in this chamber, in front of children that were from 0 until 18. Nobody said anything about it. Additionally, on the open mic session, a band called Fentanyl was promoted and children were told that they should go and listen to the band. I listened to the band myself afterwards, and it promotes self-harm, suicide and drug taking. This was a children's event hosted in a Devon County Council-owned building by an organisation that is funded by Devon County Council. As a result of this, I reported this to Devon County Council and asked for an investigation. That investigation was not forthcoming. The organisers of the event were allowed to investigate themselves, and they found no wrongdoing in their own investigation. But they would, wouldn't they? Okay, so this motion is basically asking for an independent...
Sorry, excuse me 1 moment. Councillor Jeffreys.
Just to say that that would be the regular way that that would be investigated.
Sorry, is this a point of order?
Point of order, yes, on the point of the implication that they were allowed to investigate themselves. That would be the first step in the process, I believe. If we could get some clarification on that, that would be great.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffreys. Just bear with us, Councillor Hill, where we just received some technical advice from the Director of Children's Services.
It's standard council practice that we ask the relevant agency to carry out an investigation, and we consider the evidence in terms of all the commissioning approach across the council. We would ask them to carry out an investigation. We would look at the information and take into account any evidence we received in a complaint which contradicted that evidence. So we would look at that and then form a decision about whether the quality of the investigation was adequate enough. That's the normal standard procedure. I'm commenting on a safeguarding perspective, and there was no safeguarding issues in relation to that matter, which we'll come on to, I'm sure, later. But clearly there's always issues we can improve upon in any process, and that's obviously what we try and do as a learning organisation.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'm going to return to you, Councillor Hill, to carry on, please. Thank you.
Okay, so Devon County Council accepted the investigation by the third-party organiser and thereby accepted that it is okay for future events to have a model penis where children can witness or maybe even practice putting condoms on at a children's event. Additionally, no sanctions were taken against the organiser despite the excessive volumes, the foul language and the promotion of drug paraphernalia in the event. Additionally, there was a stand where children, in exchange for sweets, or rather attracted to the stand by sweets, could scan a QR code with their mobile phones and submit their personal data. This is, in essence, data harvesting from children. Now, the amendments to this motion basically say that Devon County Council meets its safeguarding duties. It says that DBS checks and risk assessments are carried out, and it says that safeguarding contracts are reviewed on a regular basis. But no risk assessment was submitted to Devon County Council for this event. In fact, I've heard that it was retrospectively...
Sorry, excuse me, Councillor Hill. Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
Apologies, but in my cabinet role for libraries, I know that a risk assessment was carried out. I've been fully briefed on the processes that were all followed correctly, and that is untrue, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Councillor Cottle-Hunkin. Councillor Hill, I understand that you've been given some technical advice prior to this. So I'd really request you to stick to what the advice that you have been given about the fact that there has been a risk assessment taken forward ahead of this event. Thank you. We've asked from the beginning that you stick to factual, that we all stick to factual things, okay?
Okay, I can only speak for myself, but I was informed actually that a risk assessment was retrospectively carried out, so that is a matter for dispute.
Excuse me, I'm actually going to jump in.
Point of order, just to say that Libraries Unlimited was fully aware prior, they experienced significant resistance from anti-LGBTQ individuals and groups prior to the event taking place. So in response, they increased staffing levels, updated their risk assessments and liaised with local police prior, not retrospectively.
Thank you. So I think what you've got there, Councillor Hill, is from the Cabinet member, both the police and Libraries Unlimited were aware, and that perhaps the information you're working from is maybe not completely accurate.
Okay, I asked for the risk assessment. I wrote to Libraries Unlimited and asked for it as soon as the event had finished, and they did not give it to me. To this day, I still have not seen that risk assessment. In addition, I asked for the details of the designated safeguarding lead, and those details were not initially given to me either. In fact, they tried to palm themselves off. The person that I spoke to actually tried to palm himself off as the appropriate designated safeguarding lead, which he wasn't. So this motion is basically asking for an independent review of safeguarding across Devon, because, to be quite honest, I don't trust that third-party organisations should be allowed to investigate themselves. I'm not impressed that Devon County Council did not take this more seriously.
Sorry, forgive me, Councillor.
Point of order again. I think just the point on allowing people to investigate themselves, that's the first step. I don't know if it needs to be clarified again by the... Oh, terribly sorry, Chair. If that needs to be clarified again by the Director of Children's Services, or whether we've covered that already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffries. I'm going to hand you straight over to the Director of Children's Services for, again, clarification and perhaps re-amplification of a point already made.
It's standard practice of all services we commission, not just in children's, but across adults and other agents and other colleagues, that we expect the relevant agency to carry out or service carry out their investigation. If we have concerns about it, then we will review that. Clearly, if people feel that the process hasn't been followed properly by us, then they're welcome to complain to the to local government's ombudsman through that process. So there's a clear process. Members would, understand if we asked investigated every organisation where there's issues. That's every school. We expect schools to carry out their own investigations and report to us. Every voluntary sector provider to do the same, and obviously other partner agencies as well. That would be quite a burdensome expectation on the council to carry out a whole range of those investigations. So that's how we don't do that. We do a clear process of considering the complaint, considering the evidence provided by the agency or service, and therefore forming a view about what the relevant actions are. If necessary, we will provide an independent review if there's a particular issue, but there has been no issues to identify which suggest we need an independent review.
Thank you very much for that. So it's difficult for you to speak, I'm sure, with interruptions, but
no, that's fine.
Please carry on.
It's useful. So the independent investigation was carried out by the third-party provider. Devon County Council allowed that third-party provider to delete the CCTV, thus preventing
Point of order again, I'm sorry. But
Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
Sorry, apologies. So on CCTV footage, DCC doesn't manage the CCTV system at the library. However, we do have confirmation that the CCTV footage from the main floor at Exeter Library from the 19th of October has been saved and not deleted. So the fact that you haven't been able to see it does not mean that it doesn't exist. It does exist and it has been saved.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask a question? Am I believing that the chronology as set out for this sort of stuff has been already shared with you, Councillor Hill?
It was reported in the local media that the CCTV footage did not need to be retained.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry about...
Point of order, Chairman.
Councillor Connett.
If I may, I am very content that Councillor Hill, as a councillor, has a right to move a motion. But very clearly, this meeting is being used to recite a series of events that he is aware of at a venue. Rather than addressing, the council therefore resolves to the points with which we are being asked to consider. Now, in my view, if we are to discuss an event that was held somewhere else, this item should be deferred to another meeting. We should have a report from the relevant chief officer on the facts. If we are to discuss improving safeguarding, then I would invite the councillor to consider his motion and address his comments to the wider points. Chairman, that's my point of order, but I'm happy to move a deferral because very clearly Councillor Hill wants to discuss an event rather than the purpose of the motion, which would now seem to be a subterfuge in order to raise a matter here, which appears to have been investigated by others quite thoroughly. I am not in a position, Chairman, to be able to comment on that because I'm not aware of the facts, but would like to be aware of the facts before I voted on this motion. So I think there's an either-or there, Chairman. Either defer it or focus on the issue, which is the substance of the motion, rather than the events which may have led to it.
Okay.
I'll raise a point of order.
Just a moment, I've got Councillor Tilsley already, half a second. Councillor Tilsley,
Point of order, please, Chair.
in which case I'm going to go back to Councillor Hill because he got that in first. Councillor Hill.
I'd just like to point out that I have not mentioned the third-party organisation or the council-owned building. So everything that I've said so far is a blanket statement that applies to all buildings and all organisations across the whole of Devon. So,
Okay, I'm just going to stop you while I deal with the next point of order. Councillor Tilsley.
Thank you, Chair. Under Standing Order 18, disorderly conduct, this meeting has been delayed a lot by a series of things that have been proven to be not accurate. I would like to move that the member not be heard further. And I need a seconder, please.
Councillor Bickley.
I'm very happy to second that. I don't think this is worth having a discussion about. It's not a safeguarding matter.
Can you stand up?
I do apologise. I think it's actually very detrimental to the council, which takes safeguarding duties very seriously. This is not a safeguarding matter. This is a matter of opinion, a library event.
Okay, so thank you. I've got a number of different hands. If you could, if you're going to laugh, I wonder if you could do it quietly. So who was next? Sorry, point of order, Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Surely this is where things are going wrong. Self-investigation. It's not safeguarding.
Sorry.
When we're self-investigating.
Councillor Fry, what is your point of order?
Exactly what was said. We are not safeguarding.
Could you mention which part of the Constitution, which actually, as Councillor Tilsley has just done, standing order around not to hear somebody. I don't know if that's, and that has been seconded. It needs to relate to the Constitution. So hold on half a sec. Okay, so I've just had some very helpful clarification, thank you, and I've got you on my list, Councillor Mitchell. A member, I'm just going to read out for you the Standing Order 18 in the Constitution, which says if a member persistently ignores or disobeys the ruling of the chair or behaves irregularly, that another member may move that member named be not further heard, which if seconded, which has been the case in this case, we will be putting to the vote straight away without further discussion. So I am going to move to the vote that the motion... Okay, so I've got another point of order. Which point of order, which part of the Constitution is your point of order?
I want to go back to procedure, Madam Chair. Councillor Connaught moved an item. You did not ask for a seconder on his proposal, and we've then gone into a separate issue on other points of order. I think we have to clear the point that Councillor Connaught made first before we move on to a further point of order that was raised later by a member behind me. So could we clarify whether Councillor Connaught was moving and you accepted his amendment effectively that we defer this matter?
Thank you for that. I'm going to have to ask for some advice from the legal officers to make exactly which bit of the Constitution comes first in this, at this particular point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Connaught, I think I heard you propose two issues. You said we either move on, defer it, or we move on and discuss it properly, unless I've missed. I didn't think you asked for a seconder at that time. It might just be worth you clarifying.
Chairman, you're quite right. My point of order was that the Speaker appeared to be focusing on an event which had happened rather than the motion, and if the focus was the event, then members should have a factual report of the events in order to be able to consider that. And if that was the case, it should be deferred. Other than that, my invitation to the meeting was to focus on the motion, not the event which happened and which many of us have no particular detailed knowledge of.
Procedurally, everything was fine with that. Councillor Connaught just reiterated what we thought was the case.
In which case I shall return to, and thank you for your assistance in drawing attention to that, Councillor Mitchell. I'm going to return to the motion that the member named shall not be further heard, which has been brought under Standing Order 18 and seconded by Councillor Tilsley and seconded by Councillor Bickley. So we're going to go for a vote straight away. I don't know if the Director of Legal Services, if I could just finish my sentence, I'd be most grateful. I would be grateful perhaps if the Director of Legal Services could give some direction and indeed how we, at what point we look at the
Motion.
I was going to say the point of order that the mover of the motion has just indicated he would like to make.
Thank you, Chair. So the wording's actually around whether or not you believe there has been irregular, improper or offensive or deliberate obstructive behaviour of the member. And that's effectively, yes, you've been, we've had the pointer seconded, but really it's whether or not you believe that you have had a constant and persistent ignoring or disobeying rulings of the chair or improper offensive behaviour.
So in terms of process.
So it's still simple majority vote and whether or not believe that's happened.
Okay, so so half a sec, hang on.
So yeah, continue. We're absolutely fine. We've just checked that there was nothing else in there that we were missing on Standing Order 18.
And then following that vote, if it's passed, then... So, thank you for that clarification. The standing order says that we move directly to the vote. I note that you have raised your hand with a point of order, Councillor Hill. But we're moving straight to the vote. So, for clarity, this is a vote on under section 18 of the standing order 18 about the member named is not further heard.
Can we have a recorded vote?
I believe for a recorded vote that there needs to be a vote in favour of that.
We've recently just, if you're talking about a roll call vote, we've just recently changed the guidance on that, and just let me double check the numbers. It's a much, much lower number than a simple majority. It might be, yeah, we think it's 10, but let's double check because we've just literally changed that in the Constitution. If just bear with us.
I mean, I think actually, as it's very hot and we've been sitting here for some time, I think what I'm going to propose is that we have a small adjournment just so that we can sort out all of these legal stuff and that everyone can maybe go and stand outside in the cold air for a short while. So before you go, I'm sorry?
It's
Okay.
10 members, Chair.
Well, it's now 16:23. I would imagine we'll need 5 to 10 minutes. We will ring the bell when we want you back. Okay? Thank you very much. So, councillors, could I bring us back to order, please? Thank you very much. Okay, we're getting there. Lovely. You will notice that the windows, are there actually windows that open? I can't. Oh, there is a window outside that can be opened, and we have got the doors open in a vague attempt to try and get some air moving through this chamber. So, reopening the meeting. When it's quiet, thank you. I believe Councillor Tildesley Okay, when you're ready, if that's all right. Okay, so Councillor Tildesley.
Thank you, Chair. I am withdrawing my motion, but please, can we stick to the motion, get through it? We've got lots to get through today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, that's appreciated. So, we're going to return to Councillor Hill. You had a point of order. Has that gone now? It's gone now. Okay, so you still have 1 minute and 52 seconds left. But please, can we talk to the motion as opposed to an event? Because the motion is about process, if that's okay with you. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll carry on, get through this as quickly as possible. So, based on everything that you've heard so far, I move that A, B and C is removed from the recommendations. This is because the motion itself is asking for an independent investigation to confirm these things rather than to rely on the council to say that they are continuing these things. So I'd like those three things to be removed from the motion because it invalidates the recommendation that an independent review is carried out. D is okay, the motion basically asks for that, and also E is perfect as well. I'm happy for that to stay there because my original motion asked for the Chief Executive to write to the government and so on and so forth, but now that I know that the working together framework applies to this council, it turns out that we do have the what's the word? The mandate, the jurisdiction to investigate third parties in Devon County Council's owned buildings and funded by Devon County Council. So I move to remove A, B and C simply because the motion is asking for an investigation into that, and to leave D and E but remove the section from my motion that says request to the Chief Executive, number 6.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you.
Could I just clarify with Councillor Hill? Did you mean A, B, C, D, E, or do you mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, please?
Sorry, under 15, the amendments, there's A, B and C that starts with note that it meets the statutory and all necessary safeguarding. B is continue to apply, and C is that safeguarding clauses. Those three should be deleted because the motion itself is asking for a review of these things. D and E should stay, but on the motion that I have written myself, I have requested the last point that the Chief Executive to bring forward a report for the potential use of the section 235. That doesn't need to be there anymore because I didn't realise at the time that I wrote the motion that E is pertinent and has jurisdiction.
Thank you for that. Councillor Brazil.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I haven't moved the Cabinet recommendations yet. Therefore, I think when I do, and you will say you don't agree with them, and then if you want to, you can make amendments at that stage. So I think you're a bit premature at the moment.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Brazil.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
We'll prompt at the appropriate time because you've made that indication.
Thank you. got so much paper up here, I don't know what to do with it. So, where have we got to? Okay, so... Okay, so, Councillor Hill, you have moved your motion. I'm now going to move to your seconder, who is Councillor Nash, I believe. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
I'm happy to speak now.
Go right ahead, thank you.
So firstly, I'd like to clarify that this issue is not relating to any isms or icks, which I believe members may see a political badge and make assumptions. This is not the case in this situation. This is purely about safeguarding children in external events. The risk of children being exposed to sexual activity and models of sexual anatomy is a significant concern in society, and that's the words from the NSPCC. What we witnessed at this event will happen again. And time after time, I see that Devon County Council have an overarching safeguarding responsibility, and yet I am personally yet to be assured that this is the case. Whether it be in an...
Point of order again, sorry.
Councillor Jeffreys.
I think we're back at the event again. So we're talking about a single event. And if that is the case, I think we probably need some clarity around where we're going with this, really.
Thank you. If you could hold on for a moment, Councillor Nash. Your time has been halted. I'm going to seek guidance, clarification from officers. Hold on a sec.
So, thank you, Chair. So really this is just about sticking to the motion rather than talking about a third-party event that isn't part of the motion.
So if you could do that, I'd be most grateful. Councillor Nash, thank you. Please do carry on.
So, to get back into the flow, I'm yet to be assured whether it be an appropriate event being held at a library or a child who has suffered a life-changing
I'm really sorry
injury.
to stop you. We have just moments ago heard that it's about... If I could please finish without you interrupting me, I'd be most grateful. Thank you. You have just been asked by the Director of Legal Services to stick to the motion and not talk about the event, because actually this is about process rather than going through the minutiae about what happens at a particular event or not. So if you could do that, we would be most grateful to you. Thank you.
With all due respect, if you let me finish, then you'll realise that I'm not actually going to be talking about the event.
Excuse me.
Point of order.
Councillor Nash, please be quiet. Would you sit down for now, please?
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Yeah, point of order, maybe?
I don't normally say much, right, but I would like to defer this because this is getting a bit like a table tennis match. People aren't listening. We've got the public watching us. This is quite contentious. So I would like the chair to either put it to the vote to defer it if we're allowed, but I think this is going nowhere, right, and it's not professional.
Okay. That's not a point of order, so I will come back to you on how we deal with that. Thank you. We're just going through the Constitution to see how we deal with this in a proper way. So do bear with us, please. Thank you.
Chairman,
While we wait, can I bring up a point of clarity?
If
Councillor Arnott, we declined his application to join the Conservative Party.
So,
He's down.
So first of all, I haven't given you permission to speak, so no. Secondly, I can't hear you, and I'm happy that you've got some things to laugh about, but can we just take this in process, please? And we're waiting for the officers to do that. And I would ask members just to be patient, please.
Yeah, yep, there are options.
So just checking which motions and amendments can be moved without notice. So there is the option to move to adjourn the debate. That will need to be seconded, and we'll need to take a vote to adjourn the debate. And obviously the motion will need to be dealt with at a later date.
I think in doing that, we'd also propose that a full briefing went to all members ahead of the next debate.
Councillor Connett.
In that case, Chairman, I think Councillor Stevens and I will be at one. I'm happy to move an adjournment. Councillor Stevens, I think, will be happy to second and bring back to a future meeting with the briefing that the officers described. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so that has been proposed by Councillor Connett. I'm looking for a seconder. I've got Councillor Neil Stevens has seconded that. Okay, so in which case we're going to vote for that now. Okay, so all those in favour of that adjournment? Okay.
Can everyone keep their hands up, please?
And if you didn't hear that, or for those people watching on the live stream, just to make sure that we're doing things properly, just keeping people's hands up, please.
Those again.
Okay, so we're going to just recount. So all those in favour of adjournment, hands up, stick them up nice and high so that the officers can count them clearly and make sure we get the numbers right. Thank you.
23.
24, Chair. So we need those against.
So those against that adjournment? And please, again, if you could stick your hands up and keep them there for a moment, please.
No, they don't have to either. 20, I get.
It's lost.
And any abstentions?
Oh, yeah, 24, 20 against.
Okay, so we've got abstentions showing now. Are they counted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, councillors, for your patience on this one.
So that's carried. The motion will come back to next full council. Ahead of the next full council, we'll do. Yeah, we'll make sure it's first on the agenda, and there'll be a full briefing that goes out to all members before next full council on this matter.
So on that basis, thank you. Let's move on then in the agenda, and thank you for your contributions on this. I'm going to move us on to agenda item 16. We are now 11 minutes off the timescale I led for this. So this is, I'm hoping that we will be able to move these forward straight to committee. So item 8.16 is an urgent audit, suspension of funding reduction and request from Westminster support, which has been submitted by Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill, this would normally be referred straight to Cabinet. You want to ask for this motion to be debated today. As I say, we were hoping to finish by in 11 minutes' time. If you want this to be debated today, you have 1 minute to make your case, not to speak to the motion, but just to make just about your request to Council that it is discussed now. Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Okay, if this motion is deferred to Cabinet, by the time it comes back, the cuts in homelessness support will already be in effect. The motion is asking for a value for money review on the cut to make sure that the cut services do not have a detrimental effect to other taxpayer-funded services such as the NHS, the police and so on and so forth. It seems that cutting £500,000 from homelessness support at a time when homelessness is at an all-time high is a bit of an oxymoron. It's not good value for money. It might save Devon County Council money, but it won't save the taxpayer money.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I've got Councillor Richardson. Is this a point of order? I've also got...
Point of clarification, if that's all right. Now, I believe this... we had discussions at a scrutiny committee where it was explicitly said by an officer that Devon County Council does not cut homelessness funding and that it doesn't receive that part of the grant and that goes straight to the district council. So I just want that clarification, because if that is true, then I don't see what the point of this motion is.
Thank you for that. Cabinet Member for Finance may want to comment on that too.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor James Schwabsky, Cabinet Member for Finance. Chair, the motion is riddled with errors. I'm not speaking to that, obviously. We're deciding whether to debate this. I'd like clarity from the monitoring officer if this is actually valid, because it's seeking to make changes to a county council motion that was passed a few hours ago. Surely that can't be allowed in that timescale. Is there not a 6-month rule on motions?
Thank you for that. We'll hand you over to the legal officers. Bear with us 1 moment, please.
Point of order, Chair. I think it would be quite useful. Sorry, point of order.
Thank you,
It
Councillor.
would be quite useful to get the answer that Councillor Richardson has just asked for, because I think that would, presumably, Councillor Hill would be happy to withdraw his motion if that's true.
Okay, if we could get that clarification, that would be most helpful. If someone can do that, please.
6-month rule.
Yep, so we do have a 6-month rule, but that's about your notice of motion being resubmitted within 6 months, and that doesn't meet this criteria.
Yeah.
So under our standing orders, this is still permissible.
So with regard to where that money goes to, whether it's whether it's a valid motion, maybe I should ask our Section 151 officer. Thank you.
Thank you. So in answer to the question, the County Council does not receive the homelessness grant. Although there is a line in the budget, our element is the domestic abuse grant, not the homelessness grant. So Councillor is correct.
Thank you. So in the light of that clarification, does that make any difference to your... do you want to carry on with this motion as it's not about Devon County Council money?
No, that's fine. I'm happy to drop the motion on that basis. I just wanted to make sure that any cuts to essential services are properly audited. And when I first saw this in the news, I immediately submitted this motion on that basis.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. Okay, so we're okay to move on to item 17, renewing Devon, commitment to fair trade. So this is the second, excuse me, where's my first one? No, okay. So, Councillor Bell, this will stand referred to Cabinet, and I believe that you're content with this motion to be referred to Cabinet. Is that correct?
Yes, I am, Chair. Thank you.
In which case, do we all have to agree on this? Yes, I think we all have to agree that it goes straight on to... Yep. I think that's clearly carried. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, but we do need it to be moved and seconded, so would you like to move it, please? You can if you wish. You have, I think, up to a minute or so to just introduce it, but brevity would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. I'll simply go through the first page of my thing, and I write in very large font. So, Devon has been a fair trade county since 2007. This resolution is a measure to reaffirm our council's commitment to being a fair trade partner. I will just add that everyone in this room is a representative of parish or town council, and excellent work you do. There are parishes and towns who have signed up to fair trade in the past and maybe over time have simply forgotten that commitment. It would be a great thanks if you could just bring back to your parishes and towns the importance of the Fair Trade Alliance. I would love to go into more detail, but I will leave it there.
Would you like to formally propose your motion, please?
I'll move all of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have Councillor Wainwright as the seconder. Would you like to formally second that, please?
I formally second that. Thank you, Chair.
So we've already decided, yes, that should go straight to Cabinet. So we also have, I'm going to move us on to the, I believe, the last, no, not quite the last, the penultimate motion. Time is getting by. We're now 5 minutes to 5. So at agenda item 18, community payback, this has been brought forward by Councillor Sellis and will stand referred to Cabinet unless you request for it to be debated today and Council agrees.
Thank you. I trust my motion is succinct and to the point. I'm grateful to officers who've spent time supporting me. We have heard the budget today, and I hope that all cross-party councillors will welcome an easy-to-navigate procedure to secure the many thousands of unused community payback, and I'm happy to refer to Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Is it seconded?
Yes, Councillor Davis.
Lovely. Thank you. I didn't hear a word of that, but I saw you stand up. Happy to second. Thank you indeed. Thank you. So that all stands referred to Cabinet. Okay, so I'm going to move us on. I'm sorry, I misread this. This is now the penultimate item, which is item 19. Community farmers.
No, we've still got 3. 19,
No?
20 and 21.
Oh my goodness. Where's 20? Oh, I'm going blind in my old age. Forgive me, please. Right, okay. So nearly, we're getting there. So agenda item 19, community pharmacy across Devon. This is a new notice of motion from Councillor Lodge, and I believe that you want this to be debated today. Is that still the case, or would you be okay for this to be referred to Cabinet?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to refer this to Cabinet. I'm happy to move.
Lovely, that's fantastic. And to second it, who is your seconder?
I'm seconding it, thank you, Chair. Just to say, 2019 was the first time I addressed this council on the subject of pharmacies. I want to second this again. It's a great motion.
Thank you very much. So that stands referred to Cabinet. At the end of this, I'm going to ask if this is agreed. In fact, I will do that quickly now. For those that we have just been talking about, is it agreed that those that we want to send to Cabinet agree? Can I have some? Marvellous, fantastic. Okay, so now we move on to the penultimate. I'll keep going and I'll eventually get there. So, agenda item 20. This is protection of residents, the Highway Authority and the public purse in non-adopted developments following developer insolvency. This is a new notice of motion from Councillor Hill and will stand referred to Cabinet. I've asked for this to be the course of action and is content for it to be referred. Is that the case, Councillor Hill?
Yes, that's the case, and Angie Nash is seconding.
Are you going to formally propose the motion?
Yeah, I formally propose the motion
and
to be referred to Cabinet.
Okay, that's fantastic, thank you. And Councillor Nash, you're happy to second? Lovely, thank you very much. So is it agreed that goes on to Cabinet? Marvellous, thank you. Now, agenda item 21.
Crack on.
Sorry? Okay, urgent action to safeguard and modernise the Tarka line. 6th and final new motion is from Councillor Bell and will stand referred to Cabinet. Are you okay with that being referred to Cabinet, Councillor
Yes, I
Bell?
am, Chair.
And will you formally propose your motion?
Yeah, very quickly. 200,000 people in North Devon rely on one railway line. We need that to be upgraded. Brilliant speech, everyone loved it. But to quote the 1980s, we're not getting there regards to rail travel from North Devon. Let's move on.
And who is seconding that?
Seconded to go to Cabinet.
Lovely. Are you in agreement? This sounds referred to Council. I can't tell you how impressed I am that as that bell strikes 5, this is what we do. So congratulations to all of you for getting through that meeting. The budget meetings are obviously long. I'm now going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you.